Testing 1 2 1 2.
when the live stream starts. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the regulatory section of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. So, agenda item 1 is apologies. I have an apology from Alderman Kennedy, and we have an apology from Councillor Flaherty, and she will be along at 4 o'clock. Is there any apologies from the floor? No. Okay, members, then we will move on to agenda item 2, and that is declarations of interest. And we'll take them as the meeting progresses if anybody has any. That takes us to agenda item 3, and that is a report from the Head of Planning. And there is 2 items for decision. 3.1 is advance notice of listing of Clontyloo Bridge, Clontyloo Road, Portadown, County Armagh, and Trudy is going to take us through that. Oh, Damien's going to take us through that, folks. So Damien, if you could indicate to speak, I'll bring you in.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. This is a consultation by DFC regarding a proposal to list Clontyloo Bridge outside Portadown. This is a single-arch, single-span road bridge built in the sort of mid-1800s, considered by DFC to be of special architectural and historic interest for reasons set out in the report. And the officer's draft response is attached for your approval. Members, happy to pick up any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Damien. Is there any questions in relation to the listing of the bridge? If not, can I have a proposer? Proposed by Councillor Paul Duffy, seconder. Councillor Peter Lavery. So, decision 3.1, we have a proposer in Councillor Duffy and a seconder in Councillor Lavery. All agreed? Agreed, members, thank you. And then 3.2 is a public consultation on the Nutrients Action Programme 26 to 29. Is Sinead? Oh, Damien's going to take us through this, members. Okay, so Damien, there you go.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members, this report relates to a consultation by DERA, and I think most, if not all of you, will be aware of it already. It seeks views on DERA's proposal to update the Nutrient Action Programme, known as NAP, and that update will be achieved by revoking the 2019 NAP regulations and replacing them with new 2025 regulations. The purpose of the Nutrient Action Programme is, according to the consultation document, to reduce pollution from agricultural sources entering the aquatic environment. The consultation sets out a range of proposed additional measures for inclusion in the updated NAP, and the consultation asks a series of questions regarding those measures. As members will note, the questions are very technical. Planning officers have reviewed the questions and concluded they do not have the required knowledge or expertise to provide a comprehensive response. Notwithstanding that, political parties may wish to make their own response as necessary. Members are asked to note and agree the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Damien. Members, you've heard the report from Damien on the recommended decision. Have you any questions on that? If not, can I have a proposer? Proposed by Councillor Duffy. Seconder, please. Councillor John O'Kane. Okay, members, so that decision item 3.2 has been proposed and seconded. All agreed? Agreed. The next item is an item of information, but Damien will take us through the planning caseload as well. So, Damien, I'll back over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is an update on planning and enforcement caseloads. You'll note from the report the number of decisions issued by the Department during the month of June was 102. Number of applications received over the same period was 92. Sure, can I continue? Just to say it's not, is that? That's it now, yeah. Apologies, members. Look, I'll kick off again. So it's an update on planning and enforcement caseloads, and you'll note from the report the number of decisions issued during the month of June was 102. Number of applications received over the same period was 92, which leaves the number of live applications in the system at 791, and that's down 10 on last month, members, as you'll note. Number of call-in requests in June was 3, bringing the total year-to-date to 6. And on the enforcement quarterly report, you'll notice there the number of live cases currently sits at 412. We received 77 enforcement cases over quarter one, and we closed 79 over the same period. We also issued 6 enforcement notices in quarter one, and the number of live appeals is there for you to see is 4. Happy to pick up any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Damien. I'm going to bring in Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. It's just one for Damien in terms of the Armagh team. I know we're depleted there. Are we any closer to that being restored to full capacity? I know there was some ambiguity about, you know, at exactly what point that would happen. I'm wondering, are we any closer to understanding when that'll be the case?
Damien, I'd bring you in now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just the background to this, I suppose, members, as you'll be aware, 2 senior planners were redeployed in January from development management. So 1 from the Armagh team, 1 from the Majors team, to work on the local development plan and to help accelerate delivery of the plan, hopefully by quarter 3 of this year. The reason for the redeployment was partly related to absences within the team at the time. So it was to compensate for that and help speed up delivery of the plan. Now, that was for a 5-month period, which took us to this month, middle of June. We've reviewed the position and decided that we need to extend that redeployment for another period of time, and we will review it again around the middle of August and see what position we're at that stage. Absolutely, this, without denial, is having an impact on processing times on applications. And we're looking at options very closely at the moment in terms of what we can do to address that. Look, fortunately, the number of applications coming in and the number going out, we're sitting at 791, which is slightly above where we were at the beginning of the business year, around 760, 762 it was. Compare that to a year earlier when we were sitting at about 980. So we're significantly down from where we were just over a year ago, but very conscious of the need to improve processing times, particularly in local applications. And so we are reviewing options at the minute, and we'll keep members updated on what those are. Hopefully that addresses your question, Alderman Wilson. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. You content, Alderman Wilson? Thank you. I'll now bring in the Deputy Chair, Councillor Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would say on that point is I'd be concerned for the team that's already there within planning, because obviously we don't want added pressure put on them for them to be, have to go off sick or something because of pressures. So that would be a concern of mine, just keeping them right, as well as the 2 officers that had to leave and be moved to another department.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. Damien will bring you back in.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor, for the question in the comment. Yes, look, we're very conscious. We have a duty of care regarding our staff, and that's something we are managing very, very carefully. So, look, we are looking at a range of options here around what we can do within the team. At the minute, there are other officers who are helping support the team in terms of advice and guidance and so on. and we'll continue to do that. But we are looking at a range of options which can hopefully mitigate the impact on the officers concerned, and keep you updated on what they are. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Damien. There's no further lights on or request to speak. So, members, we will move on to agenda item 4, which is from the report from the head of building control. We're firstly going to start off with 3 decisions items. So, Tom, I will hand over to you for 4.1.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, item 4.1 is a dual language street naming request for reference 112419, which is Andrea Close in Portadown. And by way of background, members will recall that in November 24, the Council received a number of applications for dual language street signage, namely Irish, in respect of various streets in the borough. As per Council's adopted street naming numbering policy, the application comprised of 2 stages set out in the body of the report. As reported to this committee in February 25, this application was progressed to stage 2 in that application process. And as provided under the policy, officers have undertaken a postal survey to canvass the views of all the relevant occupiers on that street. Following verification of the survey responses, I can confirm that responses are as noted in the body of the report. Officers are not aware of any written views opposing this application at this time. Members will note that the requisite threshold under the policy has therefore been met, i.e. the responses in agreement with the application request is not less than 2/3 of all the occupiers of the premises on the street. As per Article 11(2) of the legislation, it is now a matter for members to decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve this application for dual language street signage. And members are reminded that how that discretion is to be exercised is set out in Article 11(4) of the legislation, namely in deciding whether and if so how to exercise that power under paragraph 1b or 2 in relation to any street. The Council shall have regard to the views on the matters expressed by the occupiers of premises. It's recommended, therefore, that members review the information contained within the report and decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve the application received by the Council for dual language street signage in respect of the specified street in the borough, namely Andrea Close in Portadown. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Tom. Members, you've heard Tom's report. Is there any questions for Tom? If there's not, Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in now.
No questions, Chair. Thank you, Tom, for the report. Now, I just propose that we accept the application for dual language signage at Andrea Close in Portadown and use the Council's discretionary powers to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Dowd next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am more than happy to second the Council bringing in discretionary power for this sign.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Dowd. Next I have Councillor Peter Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, the policy has been met in this instance, therefore the proposed route I think is appropriate and we should approve this recommendation, approve this sign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Next in is Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. And I suppose, as in previous ones where there appears to be a high level of support in an area for a sign, I haven't been made aware of any, anxiety towards this particular application, but I would like a recorded vote on the matter, please, in line with previous decisions. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. Yes, that has been the form because we haven't had agreement. So it has been proposed and seconded, and I would ask for a recorded vote. So we'll do that now, members. We'll just get it should be coming up on your screen now. Okay, members. There was a total of. Okay, folks, there was a total of 8 votes, and there was 8 who were in agreement that the council uses its discretionary powers, and they were 6. What?
In agreement.
Oh, it's 6 in agreement. Sorry about that, members. There was a total of 8 votes cast, and 6 were in favour of the council using its discretionary power. There were Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Mary O'Dowd, Councillor Paul Duffy, Councillor Peter Lavery, Councillor Sorka McGowan, and Councillor John Ogo Kane, and there were 2 abstentions, and that was Councillor Kyle Moutre and Alderman Garth Wilson. So that 4.1 is now passed. So Tom, I will bring you in for 4.2.
Thank you, Chair. Again, by way of background, members, members will recall that in November 24 we received a number of applications for dual language street signage, namely Irish, in respect of a number of streets in the borough. This report refers to reference number 112421, which is for Ashley Close and Portadown. And as for Council's policy, the application process is in 2 stages, as set out in the body of the report. Back in February, the report to this committee, this application had progressed to stage 2, and under stage 2, officers have undertaken a postal survey to canvass a view of all relevant occupiers on that street. Following verification of the survey responses, I can confirm that the responses were as noted in the body of the report. Officers are not aware of any written views opposing this application. Members will note that the requisite threshold under the policy has therefore been met, i.e. the number of responses in agreement with the application represent not less than 2/3 of occupiers of premises on that street. As for Article 11.2 of the legislation, it is now a matter for members to decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve this application for dual language street signage. The recommendation for members is that it is recommended that members review the information contained within this report and decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve the application received by the Council for dual language street signage in respect of the street specified, namely Ashley Close and Portadown. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that report. Councillor Lavery has indicated that he wishes to speak, so I'll bring in now Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom. Yeah, similar to the one previous, the application has went through the process and made all the requirements to be approved. Therefore, I propose that Council use its discretionary power to approve the application received by Council for dual language street side in respect of the specified street. So happy to propose that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. I will now bring in Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, thank you, and happy to second that proposal, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. I'll now bring in Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, again, as per previous one, if we just have a recorded vote on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Members will now open the voting on it. It has been proposed and seconded. We haven't got agreement, so we will put it to the vote. So you should see the buttons shortly. Could everybody just double check they've voted? Thank you, members. Okay, members, thanks for your patience. The vote has concluded. A total of 8 members voted. There were 6 in favour of the council using its discretionary power, and they were Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Mary O'Dowd, Councillor Paul Duffy, Councillor Peter Lavery, Councillor Sorka McGowan and Councillor John O'Kane. There were 2 abstentions, and they were Councillor Kyle Moutre and Alderman Gareth Wilson. Okay, members, so that decision has now been approved. So, Tom, we're now moving on to 4.3, so I'll bring you in.
Thank you, Chair. Again, members, by way of background, you recall that in November 24, the Council received a number of applications for dual language street signage, namely Irish, in respect of various streets in the borough. This report refers to application 11/24/20, which is for Ashley Heights in Portadown. And again, in accordance with the Council's policy, there are 2 stages, and as reported on the 5th of February, this application was progressed to stage 2. And under stage 2, the officers have undertaken a postal survey to canvass the views of all relevant occupiers on that street. Following verification of the survey responses, I can confirm that responses were as noted in the body of the report. Again, officers are not aware of any written views opposing this application. Members will note that the requisite threshold under the policy has therefore been met, i.e. the number of responses in agreement with the application request represents not less than 2/3 of all the occupiers of premises on that street. As for Article 11(2) of the legislation, it is now a matter for members to decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve this application for dual language street signage. The recommendation before members is that members review the information contained within the report and decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve the application received by Council for the dual language street signage in respect of the specified street, namely Ashley Heights. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that report. I'll now bring in Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to propose that the council uses discretionary power to pass this as it met all the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Dowd. I'll now bring in Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. As noted by Councillor Dowd, it's met the requirement in terms of meeting this stage. Therefore, I think it's appropriate that we approve the application and content to second the proposal by Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. We'll have that proposed and seconded. I'll now bring in Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And again, as per previous ones, and based on that policy, if I could have a recorded vote, please, that'd be useful. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. So, members, we've had 2 votes before, so we'll have another one now. So, you can get voting when it comes up on your screens for this one. Okay, members. There was a recorded vote on that. There was 8 members voted, and there were 6 voted yes. And there were Councillor Kevin Savage, Councillor Mary O'Dowd, Councillor Paul Duffy, Councillor Peter Lavery, Councillor Sorger McGowan, and Councillor John O'Gukane. There was 2 abstentions, and that was from Councillor Kyle Mutre and Alderman Gareth Wilson. So that concludes 4.3, and that decision is proposed and seconded. Okay, members, we're now moving on to 4.4 to 4.7. These are information items, but Tom is going to go through them individually. So, Tom, I'll hand you over for 4.4, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, by way of background, you recall that in November 24, Council received a number of applications for dual language street signage, namely Irish, in respect of various streets in the borough. This report refers to application reference 11/24/18. And as per Council's street naming number and policy, the process comprises 2 stages as set out in the body of the report. As provided under the policy, officers have undertaken a postal survey to canvass the views of all relevant occupiers on that street. And following verification of the survey responses, I can confirm that the responses were as noted in the body of the report. Members will note that the requisite threshold under the policy has not been met, i.e. the responses in agreement with the application represent less than 2/3 of all the occupiers on that street for which the application has been made. The requisite threshold under the policy has therefore not been met, i.e. as I say, the responses in agreement with the application represent less than 2/3. Therefore, this application has not met the criteria as set out in the Council policy, where it will be considered by decision for the Council. The applicant will be notified accordingly. Thank you, Chair. This is for information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom. That was an item for information. Is there any questions? Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in now.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Tom, under the decimal point system, 2/3 of 17 is 11.3. Usually it would be rounded down 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is rounded up. Now this would be 11.3. Under our policy, does it actually state that? For legal reasons now, if this was to be taken up by one or more than one of the residents for judicial review, and this was brought up, I said, because basically any thing I go into, it's rounded down from there, and it's rounded up from 5 up and 4 down. So 11.3 would usually be rounded down. Tom, so what way do you stand on that? And is the warden correct within our policy if this does go down the legal route?
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. I'll bring in Tom to respond to that question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Duffy, as you say, the 2/3 of that would be 11.33. And we have always rounded up, the reason being that it'd be a full vote. You can't have 0.33 of a person, but we've also taken legal senior counsel advice on this one. And our policy does state in item 7.55 of our policy, it states that if the results of the survey show at least 2/3 of the occupiers, so 11 wouldn't, it's almost 2/3, but it's not at least 2/3. So we would be subject to challenge of not complying with our own policy if we were to round down, and that's the advice of senior counsel. So we followed that advice. But on your other area of the policy, is the wording correct? The policy could be subject to review if members so wish, and we could consider the wording under that review. But if currently it says, it's I say under 7.55 that it is at least 2/3.
Thank you very much for that, Tom. Are you looking back in, Councillor Duffy?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I I know there's currently an ongoing court case, but once it's probably done, dusted and out of the way, I would like a review of the system, but then we'll talk about it then. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. There's no further lights on, members, so we're going to go to the second information item, and that's 4.5. So I'll bring you in again, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members. Members note that in November 24 and between February and May 25, the Council received 8 applications from 6 different applicants for dual language street signage in respect of various streets across the borough. As for Council's policy, this comprises of 2 stages, as noted in the body of the report. These applications are all currently at stage 1 in the application process. And as previously stated, the 8 applicants were received by the Council in November 24 and then again between February and May 25, and they were accompanied by signed petitions. There were a number of issues that required further clarification, and officers contacted the applicants directly to seek the clarity required, and in the subsequent weeks officers received further information from most of the applicants relating to the various applications. With regards to application reference 11/24/17, members should note that the requested clarification was not received by Council until March 25, after we had issued a reminder letter to the applicant. With regard to all 8 applications, as provided under the policy, those petitions required verification against the Electoral Register Office. Following verification of the names on the petitions with the Electoral Register, I can confirm that all 8 of the applications have met the requisite threshold under the policy, i.e. the petitions represent not less than 1/3 of all the occupiers of premises on those streets for which the applications are made. Therefore, in accordance with Council policy, these applications are valid and can progress to stage 2 of the application process. The 8 applications cover a wide range of street sizes from 10 to 177 houses requiring to be surveyed, and given the current volume of dual language applications received and the resources required to undertake these surveys and the analysis of the results and forthcoming reports, it will be officer's intention that these surveys are carried out in a phased and manageable way over several months. Thank you, Chair. This report for information, but happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that. As Tom alluded to, members, that's an item for information, so if there's any questions, Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in.
Thank you for the report. No questions, just observation, just to say that it's great to see that the language is thriving. There's a demand for it, and it is actually good to see that, you know, that young people, old people alike are sort of looking at their street names in their native language. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Members, we're going to move on to 4.6, which is the LPS New Dwelling Statistics Update Report. And Tom, back over to yourself again.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is to keep members reported with the latest new dwelling statistics produced by the Department of Finance, Land and Property Services, or known as LPS, and the current statistics referenced were published on the 21st of May 2025. LPS receive information from building control departments in each of the councils across Northern Ireland, and the information contains the number of recorded new dwellings that have started and those that are completed by building control. A full report from Q1 of 2015 up to Q1 of 2025 can be viewed online at the website noted in the report. Appendix 13 shows an extract of Table 1.3 for new dwelling starts for each council, and members will note that ABC Council has consistently been the top 4 performing council since 2015. And furthermore, since January 2023, our council has been the highest performing council in 6 out of the last 9 quarters, and the second highest performing in the other 3 quarters. Also in Appendix 13 it shows an extract of Table 2.3, which is for new dwellings completed, and which also equates to additional rates. Members will note that our council has consistently been the top 3 performing council since 2015. And again, notably since January 23, our council has been the highest performing council in 5 out of the last 9 quarters, and the second highest performance in the other 4 quarters. In fact, if members actually go online, they can see that since 2015, for the last 10 years, ABC Council has consistently delivered the most new housing right across all the 11 councils. So this is, members, is a good news story and shows that there's a interest and a desire for housing in this area. But I'm happy to take any questions that members may have.
Tom, thanks very much for the report, and it is indeed a very good news story. It's that the amount of new properties in the borough, and it does indicate that it is a very good place to live. There's a couple of speakers wish to come in, so I'll bring in Alderman Wilson first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And it's not a question, it's just, you know, to thank Tom and his team, because behind those stats and to get to that position represents an awful lot of work in a speedy fashion, because when a digger's on site and founds are looking to be inspected and all the rest of it, you know, it's a quick march to the site and maybe 10 others in the same morning by a field officer. So we totally appreciate that and thank your team for the efforts around that. We are, as I said back in 2015 when planning first kicked off here, we're in competition with 10 other boroughs, and that's so vital that our planning and building control team are at the top of their game, and it's showing that that's the case, you know, given the fact that the stats read so well in terms of your department, Tom, so well done on that.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. Point very well made, so I'll bring it in Councillor Lavery next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom. Again, it shows it's very good news for our borough, that consistent growth. You know, people want to live here. Goes to say we've got a lot of good environmental, you know, parks and leisure areas, and with a number of industrial areas providing local job growth. And sort of, I've just a question on that, Tom. In terms of new dwellings, is this just sort of residential dwellings, and does council keep a track record of like new industrial applications started and finished, so we could sort of monitor that, or is that sort of a separate topic, sort of more in terms of industrial plan applications approved and things like that? Just in terms of tracking the business side as well, not just sort of residential, if you know what I mean. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I will bring Tom in to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lavery, for the question. We for commercial and industrial, it is more complex to actually bring those stats together, and certainly there's not a request from LPS for us to do at this point in time. I do believe maybe the likes of economic development probably have those sort of stats as to the number of new industries starting up and new, but I say we wouldn't have that to hand readily.
Thank you very much for that, Tom. There's no further lights or indications to speak, members. So, Tom, we'll move on to 4.7, and that's, I think this is your last item for today. So I'll hand back over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 4.7, just to keep members informed some of the workload undertaken by the department in the first 3 months of this financial year. And members note in Appendix 14, the last month we received 681 new building regulation applications, with a notional construction investment value of just under 62 million. Last month we carried out 4,811 site inspections and have undertaken 470 plan assessments and issued a total of 672 statutory notices, including 202 approvals. The department has also continued to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyancing of properties across the borough. Last month we received and administered 968 new applications and issued 953 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales. Thank you, Chair. This is for members' information, but happy to take any questions members may have.
Again, Tom, thanks very much for your report, Tom. That was an information item, members, if there's any questions. I don't see any indication for any questions, so Tom, thank you very much for your reports today. Members, we're moving on to item 5, and there's correspondence 5.1. There's a notice of the making of the Monaghan County Development Plan 2025-2031. Are we happy to note? I take it we're happy to note, members. We will now move into agenda item 6, which is the confidential report. So I'm going to seek a proposer and seconder to move the meeting into committee. Peter, Councillor Lavery proposed. Councillor Donnelly seconded. Okay, members and online viewers, In accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting, and this will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officer to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you very much. Members, that takes us to agenda item 8, any other relevant business. I wasn't notified on any, so that is this section of the meeting concluded. So there will be a short recess and we'll consider the planning applications at 4 o'clock, members. Thank you. Members, we've moved on to agenda item 7, which is applications for planning permission to be considered by the committee. So good afternoon everyone, and welcome to the planning section of the meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this section of the meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning Committee and Regulatory Services Committee, or planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objector, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. We're moving on to Appendix 1, which is an application number LA 08/2023/3069/0, and it's Mr. Neil Martin. Nicola Craney is the Senior Planning Officer, and she will present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Barney McKevitt, BGPS, and Timmy Hamill, BGPS, will make representations in support of the application. So in the first instance, I will hand over to Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline permission for a dwelling under infill. In terms of the development, the principle of development, pardon me, the main planning policy is CTY 8 of PPS 21. The policy states an exception will be permitted for the development of a small gap site, sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses within an otherwise substantial and continuous built-up frontage, provided this respects pardon me, the existing development pattern along the frontage in terms of the size, scale, siding and plot size, and meets other planning and environmental requirements. For the purposes of this policy, the definition of substantial and built-up frontage includes a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage without accompanying development to the rear. Number 12, 18 and the Gospel Hall all have a frontage to the road. The gap between number 12 and number 18 measures approximately 126 metres. The proposed infill site has a plot frontage of 38.3 metres. Taking into account the existing frontages, which are 25.5, 37.8, 29.8 and 16.8, the average plot size for this frontage is 27.4. Taking into account the existing development pattern along this road, the gap could accommodate more than 2 dwellings, and for that reason is not considered to be a small gap site under the terms of CTY 8. And just to clarify, number 12 has a frontage to Tullyrone Road. Its garden comes down to the road frontage. However, the buildings to the rear of number 12 do not have a frontage, and they're separated by an agricultural field. There's no planning history for this adjacent field forming part of the domestic curtilage. It's clear from the information available that the site to the south is an agricultural field and has a frontage along Tullyrone Road and is capable of siting a 3rd dwelling. And for this, then the proposal then would result in ribbon development, build-up and impact on rural character, failing CTY 1, CTY 8 and CTY 14. There are no third-party objections to the proposal. There are no objections raised by any of the consultees, NI Water and DFI Roads, and a biodiversity checklist has been provided. The recommendation is to refuse, and the 3 reasons for refusal are set out in the planning report. And I'll just go through the PowerPoint presentation. So you can see the location of the site within the general area. It's just outside of a small settlement called Tullyrone Corner. Next slide, please. This is then the site location plan. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the site and showing the context of the site. You can just see the settlement limit just over to the north. The plan there identifies the properties which front the road. Next slide, please. This is the Armagh plan, the alterations, which is the valid plan really for this settlement, so it just shows where it is in relation to that. Next slide, please. This is a concept plan which was submitted by the agent for us and for our consideration for information only. Next slide, please. This is the agent's then concept analysis that was submitted for information only. Next slide, please. So this is the officer consideration then in regards to that. You can just see I have put in another property which could fit into that other field, which shows that clearly that this could facilitate a third dwelling, which would be in keeping with the character. Next slide, please. This is just a measurement then of the site. It's 126 metres from building to building. Next slide, please. This is a view of the site then from Tullyrone Road. You can't actually view it from immediately in front of the site. There's quite a high hedge. So this is a view then from the gate towards the site. Next slide, please. This is a view from the same gate then looking towards number 12 Tullyrone Road. Next slide, please. This is then a view just from the front of the site looking down towards number 18 and the Gospel Hall. Next slide, please. This is again a view along the frontage, just indicating there's two applications. The application which follows is for the site immediately beside it, which you could see really, I suppose, from that concept proposal then that was submitted. Next slide, please. And this is the site where I would consider that you could site a third dwelling within this field. Next slide, please. And that's just the frontage of that field which I'm referring to. Next slide, please. And this is the view then just as you're standing along the frontage of that road. As I was saying, it's very high hedges. You can, from certain angles you can get a view across, but from the road itself the hedges are very high. It's very difficult to actually see inside the site. Next slide, please. That's a view then of number 12 Tullyrone Road, where you can see the garden actually comes right down to the road, and we accept that on that basis that it has a frontage. Next slide, please. Again, number 18 Tullyrone Road, its garden comes down to the frontage, and we accept that it has frontage. And next slide, please, which is the Gospel Hall. Next slide, please. So this is a view then outside of number 12 looking towards the settlement limit, just in the distance there. Next slide, please. This is details from Building on Tradition, just showing how we consider it's dependent on the character of the site. There can be larger fields depending on what's either side, or smaller depending on the settlement pattern really, which is immediately adjacent. And I've also shown just that there can be times where there is development to the rear, but if the site's big enough and wide enough to hold it, it may be possible just in that bottom one where I've indicated in red with the red line. Next slide, please. These examples are really just to show that there has been development approved along a frontage when there's development just immediately behind it. This first one and the second one. Next slide, please. Again, there's development into the rear. Next slide, please. This is an Peel example just showing that the size of the plots are dependent on what the character is immediately either side of it, and it's in and around the same size, 123 metres, where the PAC considered it could site more than 2 dwellings. Next slide, please. Oh, that completes my presentation. Thank you.
Nicola, thank you very much for your report. We have Barney McKevitt from BGPS and Timmy Hamill from BGPS to make a representation in support of the application. Gentlemen, you will have 3 minutes. Once the clock reaches 0, I will stop. It's not a reflection of what you're saying, it's a protocol, so you will have 3 minutes exactly, and if you go over that, the clock will stop. So once you begin to speak, the clock will start. So I'll hand over to yourself. Can you indicate you wish to speak firstly? Okay,
Yep, I'll be speaking. Timmy Hamill from Blackgate Property Services. Good afternoon. I'd like to first thank the committee for allowing us the opportunity of speaking rights in representing our client's proposal here today. There is a paddock area located to the front area of number 12 Tullyrone Road, which has long been associated with the property and is clearly visible on NI historic maps dated from 1838 onwards. I'll just get you to go to the next slide there. The paddock area has a long domestic association with number 12 Tullyroan Road and includes the property's septic tank and storm soakaway. This paddock area encompasses the entire folio and is included on the Land Registry folio maps and LPS rates valuation. These facts ensure that both the paddock and outbuildings, which are located to the rear, are directly associated with number 12 Tullyroan and do in fact have a road frontage when viewed along this stretch of the Tullyroan Road. I'll just get you to go to the next slide as well, just to show the other historical context maps dating 1900 to 1932. You'll see our site outlined in red with the paddock area associated with the buildings at number 12 as well. The presence of both the historic maps and current area plan clearly show that the paddock area is located within the curtilage of number 12 due to its long domestic association. Curtilage has been defined in a legal test whereby in Sinclair v Lockhart it was found curtilage land should serve the purpose of the building within it in some reasonably necessary or useful manner. The existing paddock and curtilage area in question forms part and parcel of the building it is related to, especially due to the dwelling house drainage and soakaway being located within it. To view the paddock area associated with number 12 Tullyroan Road as a potential infill site is in direct conflict with policy CTY8 of PPS 21, which clearly states that the definition of a substantial and built-up frontage without accompanying development to the rear. Any proposal to develop this area as infill would undermine the intent of policy CTY8, which seeks to maintain the established pattern of development along road frontages that could result in an erosion of rural character. I'll get you to go to the next slide, please. And again. The paddock area directly associated with number 12 Tullyroan Road is clearly identified within the Armagh Area Plan 2004, which remains the current development framework governing the locality. Within this plan, the paddock is visually demarcated as part of the curtilage and land holding of number 12, reinforcing its long-standing association with the property. This inclusion serves as tangible evidence that the paddock has been historically and functionally linked to number 12, further supporting its relevance in any planning or land use considerations related to the site. Again, that's our site highlighted in red. Previous applications have set a clear precedent within the council district by establishing a framework for evaluating similar proposals. By approving comparable applications under specific conditions.
Timmy, your time's up, unfortunately. You've had 3 minutes. So thank you very much for what you did deliver there. Members, you have heard the report from Nicola and you've heard representations from Timmy there. So have we any questions for the applicant or our planning staff? Councillor Lavery, I will bring you in now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenters there. I suppose it all comes down to why you view this additional field here. And if I look at the officer consideration slide of that pack, I guess it's site 3, and I assume it's site 3 that Timmy's referring to there, and that sort of paddock area that he's talking about. So Nicola, just on that, in terms of the comments from Timmy there, officers, I guess, are of the view that that could be used as a third site, and that gap, therefore, not considered as a small gap site. Just in the comments that Timmy's raised, that this was maybe historically linked to this area, has officers considered all that? Because just when I was looking at it, eyeballing it, Chair, it does look like a field. So, that's why the officer's consideration map was sort of making sense to me. But just those additional points that were made by Timmy there about the whole previous use of the site, whether it's associated with that house number 12 or whether it's just its own separate field, visually speaking, as it appears to, on these maps we're looking at.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'll bring Nicola in to respond.
Yes, we have considered that. In fact, the Google Street View, even from like 2011, doesn't show any definition, doesn't show any. I appreciate that there's a post wire fence that runs across that field now, but even at that, it wasn't there even in 2011, 2009 in Google Street View. But even aside from that, I mean, you know, those historical maps, that could have been an orchard or whatever at the time, and it's being defined on that basis. The Armagh area plan map, which is shown, actually isn't the final version. The alterations one, which I have in my presentation, is the most up-to-date map, and it doesn't define a line across that boundary. But, you know, even if there was a post and wire fence, which there is at the minute, it doesn't mean that it's domestic curtilage, and it doesn't mean that it's still an area which we could consider as part of that frontage in terms of development and in terms of the gap for infill purposes.
Thank you very much, Nicola. You content, Councillor Lavery? Okay, Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for a presentation to the Plan Committee. The Church Hall, would it be classed as a local focal point? A crossroads type thing, you know, where you can build near them, community centre? Would it be used for that type of stuff?
I'd bring Nicola in to answer that, Councillor Duffy.
Yes, it would be considered as a focal point. However, this wouldn't meet the requirements of the policy for clustering, and it wasn't applied for under clustering. There's quite a few of the points that it wouldn't fit under, and they didn't even suggest that as part of the consideration. And we didn't go through the details on that, but it would have failed quite a number of the points if you want me to go through them with you. But I mean, it's a ribbon of development along there. There isn't a cluster. The cluster is actually the settlement, which is located a field to the north, and this side is actually separated from it.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Are you content, Councillor Duffy? Is there any further questions from members? Councillor Mutra, I'd bring you in now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just given the complexity surrounding what we've just discussed within the report, can I just ask that the agent is given the opportunity to finish his statement there, and just to develop on his last point? Obviously, there's quite a bit to go through, and the time constraint just wasn't on his side. So if we can just hear a bit more on that.
Okay, Councillor Mutra, I'll bring in the applicant if there's any other information he wants to address to us. But I would caution to keep it as brief as you can, because we are going outside the protocol, sort of, but I will bring us back in if you indicate to speak.
Just in relation to, I suppose, the fundamental question here is of the actual curtilage associated with the house. Some of the points there, it has to be useful. What has happened here is that there was an historical plan application for this dwelling house, which the council department doesn't seem to have any information on. We had emailed the council and asked them to provide the red line area for the associated application for number 12, which hasn't been provided. Now, if that had been provided, the curtilage of the original red line would have been clearly demarcated. What has happened here is then our applicant has been prejudiced on the basis that we don't have a map from the department which identifies what the curtilage is. Therefore, we have applied the historical nature of the maps associated with the property. And it clearly shows and delineates the fact that because, for example, you have the septic tank and the soakaway associated, like other houses in the countryside where we live today, you can't turn around and say, well, it's not associated with it. Of course it is, because it has a purpose and a use. The council department there has stated there, you know, a prime example of that would be the likes of an orchard around a castle, or you can't turn around and say, oh, that's a separate walled garden, not associated with the castle. Here we have a position where the house has a paddock area and it's clearly associated with it. Therefore, it's within its curtilage. If you take it to the next step, you redefine it then. If that's part of the curtilage of number 12, the gap starts from there back. The policy states as well, from the department's view, they have superimposed a house into the gap site, which clearly is against the policy, because it says without accompanying development to the rear. So how can you superimpose a dwelling into an area where it's against the actual policy? So therefore, what the committee here has been asked to decide upon really is the paddock area closely associated with number 12? And that's the real test. If it's clearly associated with it, you then apply the policy in terms of the, does it suit in terms of meeting the other policy? So that's the fundamental test. There is precedents there that clearly show, I think there was 2 on the screen there, where actually supports our argument. But the real test gets down to what is defined as the curtilage. And in this case, if you take the historical merit right through to the area plan, and what's physically demarcated on the land, and what's been purposely used by the applicant, to a degree there shouldn't be separation between the back units and the planning unit at the front. They're all entirely linked. And I think that's what the committee has to basically make their assertion on first. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just on that planning application that you say was submitted, have you any, what year was that submitted and who was it submitted to? Look, I'm going to bring Nicola back in just while we're waiting on that.
Chair, I did have a look at the planning history. I did have a look at whether there was a curtilage approval there as part of my consideration. There was no planning history around that house or that site that I could identify. So that's, there was no record. I mean, and our records do go back quite a long time, but there was no record that I could associate that with, so I don't have a record of it being part of the curtilage.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicola, for that. Have you seen any details there, gentlemen? Yeah. No, I wanted to know when it was submitted, the application. That's, I'm not looking to say it, I'm looking to know when that was submitted. Could you just tell me that? No, the one at the historic application. Members, just while the applicants are trying to seek that, is there any further questions? Councillor Mitchell, do you have anything you wanted to add following that? Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson, I'll bring you in now. Oh, no, that's okay, thanks. That's all right. I was just asking the question. So it was, okay, so thanks very much for that. Members, is there any further questions in relation to this application in front of us? If there's not any further questions, we'll move into the debate stage in relation to this application. Have members any thoughts on what they've heard and what they wish to say at this stage? Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'll bring you in now.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose my own views on it is that I think the officer recommendation is the correct one in this case. When I'm looking at that, I see that was a large gap site that could accommodate those 3 dwellings, and this conversation about whether or not this additional sort of the northern section of the field, well, it's associated with number 12. To my eye, it sort of clearly isn't, and I would sort of concur with the officer's reasoning as set out to us there at committee as to why that's not the case, and as such, there will be enough for like another house. So, and if we're talking about 3 houses, we're not talking about small gap site, Chair. So that's my own view on it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lavery, is any other members any comments they wish to make at this stage? If there's not, members, we're going to move into the decision stage for this application. So, members, we're now at the decision stage. If anybody wants to make a proposal at this stage, I'm happy to take any proposals. Councillor Lavery, I will bring you in now.
Thank you, Councillor, or thank you, Chair. I suppose just along previous comments, I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to refuse this application, given that in my view that additional field is not associated with the curtilage of number 12 and could be considered with the other two applications here and as one big field, one big gap, so, and as such not meet the infill policy. Therefore, you know, in the interest of fairness, you know, when applications have come to us in the past where we think you could fit 3 in, we've always refused, so I think we need to keep their consistency and as such refuse this application, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, we have a proposal from Councillor Lavery in relation to this application. Have we got a seconder? Members, have anybody got? Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in now.
Chair, yes, unfortunately, you know, disappointed I have to second this recommendation. There's a lack of evidence for number 12 that it did have that curtilage, and maybe if it could be found in the future and come back, it could be a different outcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. So we have a proposal from Councillor Lavery, seconded by Councillor Duffy, that we accept the officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Are we agreed, members? There is no dissent, so that decision is made that that application is refused. Thank you very much, members. We will now move on to the second application, and this is application number LA08/2023/3078/O, and it's Mr. Neil Martin again. Nicola Craney, the Senior Planning Officer, is going to present the report and the PowerPoint presentation, and Barney McKevitt, BGPS, and Timmy Hamill, BGPS, will make a representation in support of the application. So, Nicola, I'm going to hand over to you now.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeking outline permission for a dwelling under infill. It's the site immediately next to the one we previously discussed. In terms of the principle of development, the main plan and policy is CTY 8 of PPS 21. Policy states an exception will be permitted for the development of small gap sites sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses within an otherwise substantial and continual built-up frontage, provided this respects the existing development pattern along the frontage in terms of size, scale, siding and plot size, and meets other planning and environmental requirements. And for the purposes of this policy, the definition of a substantial and built-up frontage includes a line of 3 or more buildings along a frontage without accompanying development to the rear. Number 12, number 18 and the Gospel Hall all have a frontage again to the road. The gap between 12 and 18 measures 126 metres. The proposed infill site has a frontage of around 38 metres. Taking into account the existing frontages of 25.5, 37.8, 29.8 and 16.8, the average plot size is 34 metres. Taking the existing pattern of development into consideration, the gap could accommodate more than 2 dwellings, and for that reason would not be considered a small gap site under the terms of CTY 8. Number 12 has a frontage to Tullyroan Road as its garden comes to the road frontage. However, again, the buildings to the rear do not have a frontage and are separated by a field. There's no planning history for the adjacent field forming part of the domestic curtilage. It's clear from all the information available that the site to the south is a field which has a frontage along Tullyroan Road and is capable of siting a dwelling. Proposal would result in a ribbon development, a build-up, and impact on rural character, failing CTY 1, 8 and 14. There are no third-party objections to the proposal. There are no objections raised by any of the consultees, NI Water or DFI Roads. A biodiversity checklist has been provided. The recommendation is to refuse, and the reasons for refusal are set out in the planning report. And I'll go through the presentation, but it's very similar to what you've just seen. Again, the site is located just south of Tullyroan Corner. Next slide, please. And this is then the site location plan. Next slide, please. And this shows the aerial context of the site. Next slide, please. That's the most up-to-date plan for the Armagh area plan for 2004 for that settlement, just which is north of the site. Next slide, please. This is the concept which is being provided by the agent. Next slide, please. And this is then the officer consideration in regards to the potential of being able to site another dwelling of exactly the same size within that other plot, which is between that gap of number 12 and number 18. Next slide, please. And that's the spatial NI measurement, which is 126 metres. Next slide, please. That's the view then towards this site then from the gate. Next slide, please. That's a view of number 12 and the field immediately in front of it. Next slide, please. That's a view along Tullyroan Road towards the application site and number 18. Next slide, please. You can see then the two applications side by side just in that field. Next slide, please. This is the gap site then, which we consider which would remain between building to building number 12 to number 18. Next slide, please. That's the frontage along Tullyroan Road. Next slide, please. And just at the entrance to the site, just what you can see along the road because the hedges are quite high. Next slide, please. Number 12, Tullyroan Road. Next slide, please. Number 18, Tullyroan Road. The Gospel Hall. And then just, yes, the view then towards the settlement limit. And next slide, this is building on tradition, showing that you can build in front of other buildings, just depending on the size of the gaps. And then each of the gaps are dependent on what's immediately adjacent to them. Next slide, please. Just some examples showing that there's buildings behind which have secured planning permission. This was approved. Next slide, please. This was approved. There are buildings behind. Next slide, please. This is just showing the settlement pattern then, that this site, which is 123 metres, the PAC considered it could site up to 3 dwellings, and this is actually within the Killy Down area. It's just the references submitted there. Next slide, please. That completes my presentation.
Nicola, thank you very much for your presentation. As I said previously, Marty McKevitt, BGPS, and Timmy Hamill from BGPS are here to make representation in support of the application. So, gentlemen, like previously, you have 3 minutes again. So, is Timmy? Thank you, Timmy. I'll bring you in now.
So I'll just go to that, skip on a couple of slides there, yeah. And perfect, that's us, yeah, we'll just stay there. We'll talk about previous applications have set a clear precedent within the council district by establishing a framework for evaluating similar proposals. By approving comparable applications under specific conditions, the council has signalled its expectations and standards, which now serve as a benchmark for new applications. As a result, current proposals can reasonably reference these precedents to show alignment with established planning principles and to justify consistency in the council's decision-making process. I'll get you to go to the next slide there. So these are just some precedents that have been granted within the Armagh, Banbridge, Craigavon council area. The gap between the buildings in this instance, which was approved in 23-24, was 99 metres. Next slide. We've got one here outside Dungannon within the council area as well, approved in 2022. The gap was 94 metres. And next slide, we've got one here approved in 2023 within the council area. Again, the gap between buildings was 107 metres. And I get you to go to the next slide, please. And we've got here one that was granted also in the council area in 2017, where there was 120 metres between buildings. Under C2I8, the proposal complies by respecting the existing pattern of development as it constitutes an infill opportunity within a substantial and continuously built-up frontage, thereby maintaining the rural character and avoiding ribbon development. Additionally, the proposal adheres to CTY 14 by integrating sensitively into the surrounding landscape without causing a detrimental change to the rural character or creating a prominent or intrusive feature. As the proposals being sought are at an outline stage, the design, scale and siding of the proposal can be conditioned to ensure it blends harmoniously with existing buildings and landform, preserving the visual amenity of the countryside. I'll get you to go back just a couple of slides there, please, just to the view of the site. Keep on going. Yeah, so there we go. So that would just be a view of the paddock area associated with number 12, looking onwards towards the south of the site, and then from the Gospel Hall onwards, and how the proposal would integrate within that. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing us the opportunity to speak, and we both look forward to any questions you might have for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy. You're well within time there. Members, you've heard from the council officer in relation to the report, and you've also heard from the applicant. Have you any questions for either at this stage? Okay, members, and let's delay the inevitable. We'll move on to the debate stage. Has anybody any thoughts on what they've heard they want to share with us? Councillor Lavery, I will bring you in.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just want to thank Nicola, Timmy and Barry again just for the presentations to this committee on these applications, but obviously this is quite similar to the one we've just discussed previously, and I suppose expressed my view that additional paddock site was maybe not associated with number 12, and as officers have outlined, and as such the gap's too big to accommodate only 2 dwellings with the third site easily accommodable there, Chair. And as such, I think we have to provide that consistent approach as we have done on this committee on applications, and therefore unfortunately refuse this application. As noted by Councillor Duffy earlier, if any additional information does come to us at a future time regarding that issue, or if that site somehow filled in and then it's only this field with which 2 houses could be accommodated, then it will be a different scenario here. But unfortunately at the present time I think we have to refuse this application, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. No other councillors have indicated they wish to speak, so we will now move to the decision stage. So I will need a proposal of some description, members, in relation to this application. So if anybody has any. Councillor Lavery, I'll bring you in.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as previously outlined, I think we have to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse, as a view that part of the field as part of this gap, and therefore the gap would be too large to accommodate only 2 dwellings. Therefore, I'm content to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to refuse.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. We've had a proposal from Councillor Lavery. I will now bring in Councillor Duffy.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with Councillor Lavery and second the officer's recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. So we have a proposal from Councillor Lavery to accept the officer recommendation, which has been seconded by Councillor Duffy. Are we all agreed? I will take sense to mean agreement. So that is that decision made. Members, thank you very much, everybody who took part in that, and thank you, Timmy and Barney, for your time. Members, we're now going to move on to Appendix 3, which is application number LA08/2022/0936/F. It's Cornerstone, and it's a refusal. And Roisin Hamill, our Principal Planning Officer, is to present the report and a PowerPoint presentation. An addendum report has been circulated. Members, you'll find that on decision time. Les Ross of Les Ross Planning is to make a representation in support of the application, and we've also received written representations in objection to the application that have been received from Philippa Russell, and they have been circulated in your papers. So, Roisin, I will hand over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the proposed removal of existing rooftop telecommunications equipment and associated development and the construction of a new 25-metre lattice tower, including 6 antennae and associated works, on land within the BT Exchange site adjacent to and south of the PSNI station, Newry Road, Armagh. Firstly, members, can I take this opportunity to correct an error in the report? The report states the reason for referral to the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is that more than 4 objections have been received. However, this application has been recommended for refusal, and the reason is being presented to members is that the Head of Planning feels the proposal merits consideration by the Planning Committee. The site is located within the settlement limit of Armagh City as defined in the Armagh Area Plan. The site currently accommodates an existing equipment cabinet on concrete base, with the portion of the existing BT Exchange building accommodating 2 sets of panel antenna on support poles at either corner of the roof. The proposal has been assessed against the policy provisions of Policy Tel 1 of PPS 10 and the corresponding sections of the SPPS, which states that proposals for telecommunications development will be permitted where such proposals, together with any necessary and enabling works, will not result in unacceptable damage to visual amenity or harm to environmentally sensitive features or locations. A supporting statement has been provided by the applicant, which states that at present Armagh is significantly underserved in telecommunications terms. The volume of telecoms traffic that visits this area is impacting the service provision for all users, and the existing network needs to be strengthened. Notwithstanding that, officers have considered views of the site, including approaching Friary Road along Scott Street. From this vantage point, the PSNI station is very visible, as is the fencing surrounding the station, the existing PSNI masts and existing street lighting. Officers consider that from this view there is visual clutter which detracts from the street's scene, and the proposed lattice tower, which would be very starkly visible and appear on the skyline, would compound this view, resulting in unacceptable damage to the visual amenity of the area. Furthermore, the application is located close to the Armagh Conservation Area, which officers consider to be an environmentally sensitive location. Policy BH12 of PPS 6 states that development proposals in or which impact on the setting of a conservation area will be permitted where a number of criteria are met, one of which is important views within, into and out of the area are protected. In this case, officers are of the view that the proposal will have a detrimental impact on important views out of the Armagh Conservation Area. In particular, when viewed coming out of the Conservation Area from Barrack Street towards Friary Road, the lattice tower and equipment will be highly visible. Because of the height of the proposed column, it would represent a stark structure against the skyline and would be viewed in conjunction with the existing PSNI mast, which officers acknowledge does already have an unacceptable impact on the street scene and views out of the Conservation Area. The proposal would serve to compound this negative impact on the street scene. Similarly, when viewed travelling along Scott Street towards Friary Road, the PSNI station is visible, as is the fencing surrounding the police station, the existing PSNI masts and existing street lighting. Officers consider from this view there is existing visual clutter which detracts from the street scene, and the proposed tower, which would be visible and appear on the skyline, would compound this view, resulting in unacceptable damage to this important view out of the conservation area. On balance, officers are of the view that it has not been demonstrated that important views out of the conservation area are protected. The proposal is also contrary to PPS 10 in that the proposal would result in unacceptable damage to the conservation area, which is an environmentally sensitive location. In terms of impacts on health, which has been raised by a number of third parties, information has been submitted and includes the appropriate ICNIRP declaration. Regional guidance advises that where applications for development of telecommunication equipment are accompanied by this declaration, it should not be necessary for the planning authority to consider health concerns any further. 13 objections have been received and the matters raised have been fully considered in the report. One of the matters raised relates to legislation which was introduced in England in relation to the use of 5G masts, but which was not introduced in Northern Ireland. That legislation introduced changes to existing permitted development rights, including allowing existing mobile masts to be strengthened without prior approval so they could be upgraded for 5G. In Northern Ireland, permitted development rights for electronic communications apparatus and related developments were extended in 2020. However, in this case, the proposal is not permitted development and the operator has rightly applied for planning permission. On balance, officers consider the proposal fails to comply with the development plan, the SPPS and all other relevant policies, and or recommend that the application be refused for the reasons set out. And I'll just take you through the PowerPoint. Okay, the blue arrow just gives you an indication of where we are. It's to the south of Armagh City. So this is the site location plan that's been submitted with the application, and there is a black dashed line which shows you the access to the site. So you can see the site is located off the Newry Road at the existing BT Exchange building. This is an aerial view of the site, and the red line denotes where the proposed mast is to be located, and it outlines the portion of the BT Exchange building which has equipment on it at the moment. And that's just a closer view of the site. Again, the arrow shows you just where the proposed mast is to be located. That's the Newry Road over to the right. And this is an extract from the Armagh area plan, and you can see again the blue arrow just denotes where it is, right on the edge of that open space zoning. This gives you an indication of where the boundaries of the Armagh conservation area are in the context of the application site, and again the blue arrow shows you where the proposed mast is to be located. So this is our proposed site plan. Down to the bottom left is the BT Exchange building where equipment is being removed, and the small square is where the mast is to be located. So these are existing elevations of the BT Exchange building with the existing equipment on the roof. And then this is the elevation showing the location of the proposed mast, which will extend 11 metres above the top of the existing equipment. So this, the site is accessed off the Newry Road, so this is the existing access from Newry Road down to the BT Exchange building. And these are views from within the compound, looking back up to the Newry Road, and you can see the road the land drops away slightly down into the site. So this is the existing equipment on the roof of the BT Exchange building. This is a view of the site from the Armagh Golf Club, which is again just to the back of those properties on the Newry Road, looking across to the BT Exchange building, and you can see, you can just about make the hotel out in the background there. And this is a view of the site from the City Hotel, again looking towards the site, and again you can see the existing equipment on top of the roof. This is a view of the site looking from the existing public car park at Friary Road. Again, you can see obviously the police station, the existing PSNI mast, and the fencing around the police station. And this is a view from the bottom of Scott Street looking across. Again, you can see the PSNI station, the existing fencing, and the PSNI mast, as well as street lighting. And this is a view taken just from further back up in Scott Street, obviously back up into the conservation area. Again, looking back towards the PSNI station, the existing mast. The existing, you probably can't see it in the photograph, you can see glimpses of the existing BT Exchange building, but it is well screened at this, and it sort of doesn't extend beyond the existing tree line there. So during the course of the application, the agent submitted a number of photos with the proposed 25 metre mast superimposed to help us assess the impact of the proposal. So this is a view of the site on approach from Friary Road with the mast superimposed, and you can see from here it's largely obscured by trees and the hotel itself. And again, this is a view on the approach from Newry Road, so we're heading down the Newry Road towards the city centre, and again the existing wall and hedging would obscure views of the mast from these locations. So this is a view from Barrack Street. So this is if you're travelling across in front of the jail and you're heading around towards the Newry Road site. This is where obviously you will see a view of the mast, and you can see it in the context of the police station, the fencing, and the existing PSNI mast. And again, this is another view that had been provided by the agent, and this is probably from the bottom of Scott Street. And again, obviously you can see the much taller PSNI mast. You can see the fencing around the PSNI building and the proposed telecoms mast. And from here, this is one of the views that we feel would be compromised and would compromise the impacts of the existing street clutter. Okay, thank you.
Roisin, thank you very much for that report. We now have Les Ross from Les Ross Planning to make a representation in support of this application. Les, you're very welcome to the Planning Committee. You will have 3 minutes from when you begin speaking. If you hit your button there, I will bring you in. Okay, Les, so whenever you're ready.
That's me now, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thanks, Roisin, for a very comprehensive report. Members, it's particularly difficult to provide good coverage in Armagh, and that's because of the slopes and the hills in and around the city, which block the signal. And then whenever you add the buildings and the trees to that landscape, there's lots of obstacles, and that's very problematic for providing coverage. There's a base station at the site. It's one of 3 that serve Armagh. This one covers the south and west of the urban area, including the city centre. But it's not working properly because it's too low. Demand is increasing at an incredible rate, and the only way to provide a reasonable degree of coverage
is to completely upgrade this site. Otherwise, the quality of the coverage will continue to get worse in Armagh. A 25-metre mast is required to clear the trees and the buildings to get the signal out and get it out over a reasonable area of the urban part of Armagh. This site is not in the conservation area, as Roisin said. It's behind the police station, an area which is well removed from housing areas. There's already a 40-metre mast at the police station. Our mast is much lower than that, and it's much less impactful. It's a perfect site. None of the consultees have any problems with the proposal. You'll see that Historic Environment Division has not objected, and they're the expert statutory consultee. So it's surprising that this recommendation is contrary to the opinion of those experts. We totally acknowledge that proposed mast will be visible, but that's because it needs to be. If it was invisible, it wouldn't work. Masts need to be above all that clutter. And the reality is this mast will be a fairly minor feature compared to the police mast and all the stuff that's around the police building. Members, there's a balance to be struck between visual amenity and providing the coverage that the public wants and the public demands. If you refuse this application, coverage in the southern and western parts of the city is just going to get worse and worse. I'll say it again, this is a pretty much perfect site in the Armagh context. I ask that you give determining weight to the positive response from HED, the expert consultee, and I respectfully request you approve the application on the basis that the impact on visual amenity will be insignificant, whereas the benefits of improved coverage outweigh any concerns. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Les, thank you very much for that, and you were within your time, so thank you very much for that. Members, you've heard from Roisin and you've heard from Les. Have we any questions in relation to this application? Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in.
Thank you, Les, for your remarks there. Did you yourselves carry out any public consultation, any public meetings around the possible installation of this mast?
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I will bring you in. If you indicate to speak, Les, I'll bring you in.
No, there's no consultation carried out just through the planning application. Before we submit the planning application, through the chair obviously, before we submit the planning application, we contact the local councillors, we contact any local schools or community groups around that area, but that's we send basically letters out to everybody. We didn't get any responses from that process, but we don't hold an event, if that's what you mean, Councillor. That wouldn't be normal. We just write to anybody we think might be interested.
Thank you very much for that, Les. Councillor Duffy, you looking back in? Oh, thank you, Councillor Duffy. I thought you were looking back in. Councillor Lavery, we'll bring you in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Roisin and Les. I suppose there's a couple of questions on this one though. I've had a few mast applications come over the years, and sometimes they do have visual amenity and so on, but there's a process that goes through where it's the best option of a number of difficult options in order to serve areas for coverage and things like that, because I think people always want the latest and the fastest and that, and I think it was mentioned that this would cover the city centre. So maybe it's first question for Les on that. Is this the best option of a bad bunch in terms of there's not maybe great options in order to provide that coverage? Maybe that's one for Les. And then I have another one. It was sort of mentioned that HED provided no response, so is it they aren't objecting to it, but maybe officers are expressing some concerns, but maybe HED aren't? Because I know, as you know, Chair, HED can be very strong in their views. And the third question is, in terms of the views, is it that, from the way I'm looking at it, is this going to be viewed from the protected area out of Armagh? Because it's sort of out of the city centre limit, if judging by this pink here in the slide, or is it being viewed like from outside the area, looking past it, and then looking into the town centre area. So I suppose those 3 questions, go over them again. You know, in terms of site selection, this is the best of a bad bunch. And then that about HED responses and maybe council different opinion. And then third, what is the like line of visual impact, I suppose, if that's okay, Roisin. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks for that, the question. I think your first question was addressed to Les about, yep, so Les, I'll bring you in for that first question from Councillor Lavery and Roisin for the other 2. Councillor Lavery, is that all right? So Les, I'll bring you in now.
Thank you very much, Chair. We always do a site search, you know, which includes looking at a variety of options. I think I addressed this committee before about a site on the other side of Armagh, beside the KFC at one stage, where it was quite controversial because it was a conservation area issue there. I can't remember though, but anyway, so this site, because there's an existing base station there, it seems like, you know, the absolute obvious place to go. Because it's tucked in behind the police station as well, with all the clutter around that, again, it seems like an obvious place to go. We did have a brief look at other options. Is there something that's standing out that's going to work better? But really what you're doing is you're either going back up into the golf club and up closer to houses in that part of town, which is going to be objectionable, or and also the domain and so on, or you're going down closer to the conservation area and you're actually going down the hill, which means you have to go up with your mast even higher to try and get the coverage, because you're trying to get out over the buildings and out over enough of that clutter of trees and buildings and so on to get the signal out far enough. So this site's exceptionally good. I said it's perfect, and it's because it's already elevated. It's tucked in way back in off the road. It's in behind the police station. It's not close to houses, and it's, you know, as I say, it's well elevated to get that coverage out. And I think I've explained to the committee before that we need higher masts these days for the 4G and 5G signal, because the old 3G signal travelled further. These newer technologies, the beam just doesn't get out as far, so you have to get up higher to get the coverage out. And we are just struggling because we have to get these up in the air and visible, and we have to avoid Armagh conservation area. And I think that this is the best balance. I don't know where we're going to go if we can't use this site. The technical guys are telling me that we're going to need 3 more smaller sites around Armagh, and you know, possibly one in the conservation area. And I honestly do not know how we will achieve that. If we, you know, I just don't know how we're going to achieve that, Councillor. I think I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Les. And I'll go over to Roisin for the other 2 questions, Councillor Lavery. So, Roisin. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, HED, Historic Buildings, were consulted as part of the application, and they did respond. They noted the proximity of the site to a number of listed buildings, including Armagh Jail, a number of buildings on Dobbin Street, and the boundary wall enclosing the Yellow Mile. They advised that, taking into consider the information received, that the application would not significantly harm the contribution the urban setting makes to the understanding or experience of the listed buildings to negatively impact their essential character. So HED responded specifically in relation to the impact on each listed building. Armagh Conservation Area was designated back originally in 1981, and the purpose of which was to protect a wider area of architectural or historic interest for the purpose of preserving or enhancing the character of the appearance. One of the policy tests set out in PPS 6 is that in order to preserve or enhance the character of that area, that views within, into and out of the area are protected. And in this case, officers' concerns relate to views out of the conservation area. I mean, we accept that there are limited views into the conservation area in the context of the proposed mast, but certainly there are views out of the conservation area, particularly there coming around Barrack Street, coming down Scott Street. We also accept that view there at the minute isn't great. I mean, there is the police station, there is the fence, and there is a 40-metre mast. We accept all of that. In our view, this will add to that. It will compound the negative street scene that already exists. the proposed mast is to a certain extent removed from the existing PSNI mast. They're not even really clustered, so in our view it'll add to a visual cluster or clutter. And look, notwithstanding the information that's been provided with regard to the need for this, obviously, as the agent says, there is a balancing exercise here. In our view, the protection of the conservation area outweighs that, and that's why we're recommending refusal.
Thank you very much, Roisin Hobby. Councillor Lowry. Thank you. I'll bring in Councillor O'Dowd next.
Thank you, Chair. Liz, Councillor Duffy had referred to, did you contact, any of the residents and things like that? You had said you'd contacted schools and community groups. Was that just schools? Like, did you just go in and speak to the principal or things like that? That's just my first point.
I'll bring you in nowadays if you indicate to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Right, I need to be absolutely clear about this. And sorry if this has been misrepresented. So before we submitted the planning application, we sent emails to all of the councillors in the ward and the MLAs in this area. And I'm just reading down the sheet here. We didn't write to any of the schools in the area because there were no schools close to the site. So we would only, what I was talking about earlier was in general sense, every time we make an application, if it's close to a site, if there's a community group that we think is going to be involved, we would write to them. In this case, there was no one like that close, so we didn't write to any schools or community, specific community organisations. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And you indicated you're looking back in, Councillor O'Dowd. I'll bring you back in.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so no schools close by that could have been contacted. Maybe for future reference, having a public meeting with residents within maybe a couple of miles, even a mile, would be very helpful for the residents in the area to air how they feel and to get feedback from them, but also for you to explain as to why you are doing it. Because there's a lot of people there that feels frustrated and angry, but there was nothing held for them to vent this. And it might be something going forward that you consider doing.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. That was more of a comment than a question, was
Yeah.
it? Okay, thank you. I'll bring in Alderman Wilson next.
Yeah, thanks. It's one for Les. Just in terms of some of the objection commentary, they had suggested, the likes of the industrial estate. Was that an option that you did consider, and what was the outcome of that, or what did you feel was unsuitable about that site?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I'll bring you in, Les, if you indicate to speak, please.
That Councillor, or through the Chair, Councillor Wilson, I didn't look at the industrial estate. We're led by the technical the engineers to places where they consider would be suitable to provide the coverage, and basically that wasn't within the zone where they said you could put a mast there and you could provide the coverage. So we only look within the zone allocated by the engineers. So, and to answer your question, it wouldn't have worked in the industrial estate.
Thank you, Les. Can help. Alderman Wilson. Thank you. Councillor Lowry, I'll bring you back in.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. I've written another question down. I forgot to ask because I was asking too many last time. It was noted by sort of Roisin there that one of the reasons why it was coming to committee is that head of planning wanted to call it in as such to bring it through, for us to consider. So maybe just what the thinking of that was, because obviously normally that doesn't happen. So just get the planner's view on it there.
Yes, Councillor Lowry, I'll certainly bring Damien in to explain that one. So Damien, if you indicate you wish to speak, I'll bring you in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lavery. Yes, look, I thought this application warranted consideration by members for reasons that have already been discussed. Basically, what this, I suppose, one of the critical aspects of this application, and one of the key considerations, is the potential environmental harm associated with proposed development versus the need for the proposed development, which has been clearly set out by Mr. Ross. Officers have made their own professional judgment on this, but my opinion was, in discussion with officers, that it warranted consideration and debate in the chamber, and warranted consideration by members. So look, that's, in a nutshell, that is the key reason for bringing it before committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. You can have that, Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, I have no further indications that members wish to speak, so that finishes the question phase of this application. We'll move on to the discussion phase, so if any members have any thoughts on what they've heard and they'd like to share them with us, please do so. Councillor Duffy, I'll bring you in now.
Yes, Chair, as I touched on and Councillor O'Dowd alluded to more, I think we've had a few, one particular of these type of things before, and there was no public consultation, and I said that there for communications firm, and lack of communication with people in the area, you know, didn't look good, and I think you should, you know, listen to what people saying, you know, within the area, and you could head off a lot of problems, you know, before it actually does come to the planning committee. You know, in the future, I know you did allude to maybe 3 smaller masts in round Armagh, if it does come to that there, you know, and I would say public consultation would be key in all of them proposals, and that's just my view on it.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy, has any members any other thoughts? Okay, I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Flaherty, I will bring you in next.
No, last minute there, Chair. No, I'm just considering different notes here that I've written down, and I am still relatively, I'm coming up on a year in this committee, so I haven't been present in this sort of sphere for any of the other applications. So if I think what this really boils down to then is essentially a trade-off between, I think you should use the term environmental issues, but it's the historical conservation area versus people receiving good coverage. So you can ask the people all they want, but they'll want better coverage. We know that, we get that ourselves as councillors. So that essentially, Chair, I don't even know if it's a question actually, but that's what we're having to decide, what has the greater benefit to the public, economic growth in the area, whatever it might be. Can I ask about the 25-metre thing? Am I allowed to do that at this stage? Is 20...
I would like to finish the questions, Councillor Flaherty, but it's not my
sorry.
discretion, but I will let you ask away.
Riggy. Is 25 the absolute maximum you can go to, or the minimum you can go to?
If you indicate to speak, Les will bring you in there.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the question. Again, it's the engineers. So basically what happens when we go out and try and select a site, I go out with a load of engineers and we all fight about, you know, what everybody wants. They want masts that are 100 metres tall and, you know, cover massive areas, and I'm trying to keep them as low as possible, as hidden as possible, as outside any designated areas. And on this site, basically what they were saying is we can't go lower than this 25 metres to get the signal out. So that's, you know, I'm pushing them to keep it as low as possible, and they're pushing me to make it higher. All of the modern masts are somewhere around 20 metres to 25 metres. The older masts were all around, just for the benefit of members, the older masts were around 15 metres whenever we started rolling them out 20 odd years ago. But those are just they're not suitable anymore, and that's why we're doing these continuous rollouts of slightly bigger masts, and that's just to do with the type of technology now. The absolute minimum we'll do a mast now is 18 metres, but those are very rare because they're just not really value for money for the companies. They're not providing the coverage. They're not doing the job. In this case, just because of the very bumpy nature of Armagh, if you like, that 25 metres is essential.
Thank you for that, Les. You all right with that, Councillor Flaherty, or do you want back in?
I'm not sure. I'm having the debate in my own head here, I think, probably more than anything. So if I play the scenario through, right, so that if we go with the officer's recommendation that this is a refusal, okay? So you guys are back to the drawing board. And your alternative that you outlined earlier was this could only potentially then, the only other option would be 3 smaller ones, but you're saying that the smaller heights really aren't optimal. So how is that? Plus you don't know where you can put them. So, the sites aren't there. So that's what I sort of can't get the trade-off with. Say it's a debate in my own head, perhaps. You've got one that's going to cover, like a circumference is what I'm imagining, or else 3 little ones, but the height is what's going to define it. Am I correct in what I'm thinking here, or?
Well, I think we're at the discussion phase, Councillor Flaherty, and I think you have distilled the argument quite well in that what we're being asked. I think everybody recognises that everybody needs a good mobile signal, but what we've heard from everybody who spoke about this application is the word clutter at this site, and I think that's the trade-off that we as a committee are being asked to make. I think the officers have highlighted that they know the issues with the mobile signal, but just this site seems the word clutter was used by everybody. There's quite a lot there on the visual impact that's having. So I think you distilled the arguments quite well, Councillor Flaherty, and what we're being asked to consider. So I'm going to bring in Alderman Wilson next.
Yeah, I suppose similar to what I know we are in the sort of thoughts phase. So a few of my thoughts would be, I'm quite surprised. Historic environment had no concerns because I do go back to the Rich LWI situation where I wasn't, but committee was quite insistent on the fact that a couple of windows had to be pulled out and replaced whenever there was a street of mixed variety type windows in a conservation zone. I thought that was really draconian, but then now we have, I'm just exploring this now with historic environment being totally blasé about a significant lattice style structure, in historic Armagh. So I find it bizarre then, without them getting overly excited about it, council's getting excited about it in terms of planning department. I find that completely bizarre, but I'm not showing my hand in terms of how I actually feel about this application, because I do get the point that we need a good phone signal, but also get the point. And these companies that come forward with them, like Cornerstone, they've been innovative in the past. I think at Tandragee, Ballymore, you've the equipment hidden in the church tower. So I'm thinking there's bound to be other more innovative solutions to this, rather than jamming in another one of these towers beside the PSNI's one. And then I'm also thinking it's probably not doable. Is there site sharing potential with the PSNI's one? That's probably never been done. I appreciate that. It's not a completely different scenario, but there are ways and means and ways around things, and that has been demonstrated with the Tandragee one. And I know I can't ask questions, but it would be interesting to know, just for future, have all those options been considered, because I know companies will go with the most cost-effective option. You can't blame them for doing that, but sometimes you have to think out of the box to try and get solutions that keep the greatest number of people happy in order to increase your chances of something succeeding.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Damien, you were looking in, so I'll bring you in now, Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, it's really just to pick up on a couple of very helpful and relevant comments that have been made by Alderman Wilson and also by Councillor Flaherty. Just in relation to the point by Alderman Wilson about Historic Environment Division, not commenting here that this is going to have an adverse impact. It's just as supposed to make it clear that they're the competent authority for impact on listed buildings and setting of listed buildings. With regard to conservation areas, it's more professional judgment for officers as opposed to historic environment. But yeah, you're quite right. They didn't raise any concerns around impact on listed buildings, probably because of the distance between the proposed development and those listed buildings. I mentioned a point earlier about, you know, the reason why this came before members about the environmental impact versus the need for the proposed development. It's just to clarify a point that Councillor Flaherty made. Our concern is, one of the concerns is about the views this proposed development would have on the impact it would have on views out of the conservation area, important views out of the conservation area. As Roisin very helpfully pointed out earlier, we have a 40-metre PSNI mast. This proposed development will be in close proximity to that, and it's the cumulative impact, because the adverse impact that PSNI mast is already having on views out of the conservation area will be compounded by the proposed development, and that's a concern that officers have. But look, we understand there's a need, and that's part of the equation and part of the considerations here. So hopefully that helped clear up a couple of points. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien, for that. Councillor Lavery, I'd bring you in next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Les, Roisin and Damien and all. It's been a very informative application, I think, but I don't know if there's a way we can take a good decision on this one, Chair, because it's like one conflicting important interest with another. Now, I don't know what the signal's like there in Armagh, but everyone functions today with internet and Wi-Fi, and everything needs to be high speed. And if this sort of site's impacting that Armagh city centre where all the businesses are and things, you know, I'd be worried if we, say, for example, you know, game playing out in my head, if we take a decision to refuse this application, will that not have a really negative impact on all those businesses and the people who live in the south and west in the city? And then other than that, if we, you know, accept the officer recommendation, you know, Armagh is a very historic city, so it's important that the historic buildings, it looks really nice, that it's all impacted. But then on the flip side of that again, it's like views outside of the conservation area, as Damien's been saying, rather than sort of in that sort of middle. But then, you know, when you do, I'm assuming the PSNI didn't have to apply for that permission for the 40-metre mast, because, you know, that is an impact. Yeah. And there is that sort of cluster and compound. So I suppose to sum up, Chair, I don't know what I'm going to do here. But it is a really complex one. And the only thing is, I'd just be worried about rushing into a decision if it is, you know, to accept the officer recommendation, but then have that unknown, really negative impact. And if I think Les was talking about, if it's like 3 smaller masts within the conservation area as the only other solution, that's probably worse. So it's like, what's the least worst scenario here? And I don't know what the answer to that, Chair, is, but that's just what's going through my head to articulate myself, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. So I'll bring in Councillor Ian Wilson next.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably on the same vein as Councillor Lavery. It's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario. We're making a decision on one individual mast, and if we refuse that, we're going to be possibly into having 3 separate masts, whether they're all or one of them is in the conservation area. So it's a bit of a quandary, and we all demand better internet speeds. Technology moves on at a pace, and we all demand to have the proper technology and the infrastructure to support that. So it's just a difficult one, Chair. So thank you for letting me in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. I think we acknowledge it's going to be a difficult decision, and it's one we're going to have to make very soon. I'll bring Councillor John O'Kane in. Councillor O'Kane.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. No, I think when I'm reading it there, I'm right in saying that everybody wants coverage. I know there is certain areas in Armagh the coverage is poor, but I also know that there's a lot of money has recently been spent on the Townscape Heritage Fund that's been spent on Armagh. Now, looking out from there, it will. I can see the reason that it won't look well when you're looking out there. You know, so the option that Councillor Wilson on one instance said about the Armagh industrial site, if it would have been looked at possibly, you know, we wouldn't have been probably in this meeting today talking about it, you know. But if there was another site, I would definitely be looking for a different site. Because as going back to the Townscape Heritage Fund, it's just finishing up, and it would take away. Armagh has been, the streets have been, there's millions been spent on it. I just wouldn't want, as the planners have said, when you're looking out from that conservation area, you're seeing this 25-metre mast sticking up, you know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Kane. And just important members, remember that this application, there's nothing else on the table. You know, there's not 3 other sites. It's this that we're deciding on. So it is, members. So there's no plan B with this here application. What's before us is what we will be deciding on. So if there's no further debate, there was a good debate, there's good questions. We're now at the decision-making stage, members. And as everybody's alluded to, it's going to be a difficult one, but a decision nonetheless has to be made. So I'm going to ask, has anybody any proposals from the floor? Councillor Duffy, I will bring you in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Liz, and thanks for everybody contributing. At this location, I propose that we refuse the mast and accept the officer's recommendation to refuse it, and would ask Liz to go back and look at other areas and possibly bring forward someone else in the future.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Lowry, I'll bring you in next.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'd still be conflicted on the matter, and I'd be worried about accepting the officer recommendation when I don't fully understand the potential long-term negative impact if there is no better sites, and if this is the best site which has been outlined, or else we're dealing with a whole plethora of masts. I'd be worried about that because I wouldn't know if that's possible or if leaving that's a better option. So I don't know. I know we're looking to do this, Chair, about deferring applications and that, but is it possible to defer an application of this nature to try and get further information about what the potential impact would be negatively, so we could have a better balance about weighing up the decision, and also offer an opportunity to see if any better sites could be identified in the interim? Because we'd just be worried if we say no to this, saying, you know, the only options are worse, and we've maybe condemned Armagh to 20 years of bad signal, you know, and impact on the business. So that's what my thinking is, Chair, on it. I don't know if that's possible in terms of deferral of that nature, Chair.
Councillor Lowry, I'm going to make a proposal that we go into legal to seek some advice on this, if that's okay. Can anybody second that for me, please? Thank you, Councillor Lowry. So we're going to seek some legal advice. So I'd ask applicants and agents if they could please leave the chamber and just be called back in once we have sought some legal advice. Thank you very much. please. Thank you very much. Everybody, you're welcome back. We've sought some legal guidance there during that session. We had a proposal from Councillor Duffy, and I think we had a proposal from Councillor Lavery, so I'm going to bring Councillor Lavery in.
Thank you, Chair. Just take the opportunity to clarify my proposal. I would like to propose a deferral on this item for further information. With the information I would like being, what would the impact be in terms of signal quality and so on of the areas impacted if we firstly do not approve this application versus we approve this application? Because I would like to understand what the impact this would be, both positively and negatively, for that area of Armagh, so that I can appropriately apply an appropriate amount of weighting to that, to then therefore see if it overcomes the potential weighting I would apply for impact on visual amenity. So that's my proposal for that specific information regarding, digital impact or Wi-Fi impact and so on, and signal impact, and the areas affected here, both with the status quo at the minute, and then what would it be with this application before. So that technical information, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. I am aware we have also got a proposal from Councillor Duffy. Is yours still on the table, Councillor Duffy? I'll just bring you in.
Yes, Chair. This is about visual, and it's not about signal. They could take the mask, move it other places. They have that opportunity if this is refused today to go and look somewhere else. And this is not the place for that mask, and I think it's just handy because there's a BT station there, probably cheap. Just throw it up behind it, do all right. No, it's not the location for it, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. You have made a proposal, so is Councillor Lavery. And I'll bring in Councillor Flaherty next.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second Councillor Lavery's proposal. I don't feel that I am content with the technical information that I have. I have a fear of an unintended consequence for this decision, and I don't feel informed enough when it comes to that sort of technical information about signal quality versus the visual amenity. Therefore, I will second your proposal, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Dowd next.
Thank you, Chair. No, I will second Councillor Duffy's proposal. I do think that we should go with the officer's recommendations, so do I understand and totally agree where they're coming from. So yes, I will second Councillor Duffy's proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Dowd. Alderman Wilson, are you making a proposal? Oh, no worries, I'll bring in now.
No, it's just to put it right. I think, as I've highlighted, with previous applications, I just think this one lacks a wee bit of innovative thinking. I think, when we think of the Tandragee, I think it was in a listed building, so historical environment do, make decisions that do complement technology and respect heritage status and conservation areas. So, I do think, my vote will be taken on the basis that, there are probably other options that are more sympathetic. So I'll not be, when I vote, it'll not be against innovation and against signal improvement. It'll be the pursuit of that to a more, visually attractive solution. So it's just, I just wanted to make that clear, because I know when a vote's cast and it's ultimately reported on, unless the word is spoken, it is not translated in any other way. So,
thank you very much, Alderman Winslow. Members, with two proposals on the floor, and because Councillor Lavery's was proposed and seconded first, that will be the first vote that we will take. Yours was seconded first, Councillor Lavery, while Councillor Duffy made a proposal first. Yours was seconded first. So yours is first up then. Okay, so can we have a vote on Councillor Lavery's proposal? And that wasn't a recorded vote, members, just for your information. Okay, members, there was 3 in favour of Councillor Lavery's proposal and there was 8 against. So Councillor Lavery's proposal falls. We'll now move on to vote on Councillor Duffy's proposal. Thank you, Paula. Okay, members, on that there was 9 in favour of Councillor Duffy's proposal and there was 2 abstentions. So Councillor Duffy's proposal, having accepted the recommendation, is carried. So thank you everybody for taking part in that very interesting and informative debate. So we will. Okay, so members, that was Appendix 3. We're now going to move on to Appendix 7. And 7 is an application number LA08 2024-0259/F, and it's a Renewable Energy Systems Limited, and this is the recommendation is approval. Sinead McAvoy will be our planning manager, will present the PowerPoint presentation. Mr David Vance and Mr Adrian Lindsay, MBE, will make representations in objection to the application, and Rachel Buchanan, RAS Group, the applicant, is to make a representation in support of the application. I'm going to bring in Councillor Lavery as he's late on at the minute, so Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clear that, I think the applicant sent emails to all the councillors and the DEAs involved, but it didn't reply, expressing a comment or anything like that or a view, so I'm happy to take part, but just to clear that, emails I suppose.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Lavery, that will be noted. Councillor O'Dowd.
Yes, Chair. It was the same for me. I did reply to say that I was unable to discuss it because of being on the planning committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Dowd. Okay, and also also intends to have speaking rights for clarification purpose only are Paul McKiernan from the RPS, the agent, and Dale Burke, the RAS Group, who is the applicant. I understand from speaking to staff that Mr Vance and Mr Lindsay are going to take a minute and a half each Are there objections? We will. Who's going first, gentlemen? We will stop the clock at 1:30 to allow a switch round for Mr. Vance to then contribute so you don't lose any time. So, okay. So, if you indicate that you wish to speak there, Mr. The clock will come up on the screen. Oh. I'm getting ahead of myself, folks. I'll do the officer report first. Apologies. Apologies. Sorry, Sinead. So I'm going to hand over to Sinead McAvoy first for the report. Also, so Sinead, I'm handing over to you, okay?
Thank you, Chair. The applications for the installation and operation of a solar farm, including photovoltaic panels, mounting frames, transformer inverter units and on-site substations with associated ancillary development, including security fencing, pole-mounted CCTV, associated landscape and internal access tracks, new site access cabling and associated site works. And the reason is for the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee this evening is because it's a major application and it has an application which has attracted objections from 4 or more separate postal addresses citing material planning considerations, and it's recommended for approval. Officers have taken the members have read the report in full, and such this will only be a synopsis. The application site is situated within the rural area. Officers have put appropriate weight to the proposal's compliance to the Strategic Planning Policy Statement and PPS 18 renewable energy, which supports renewable energy development, which does not result in unacceptable adverse impacts. Officers satisfied that any visual and landscape impacts are mitigated through strategic planting and screening. Noise and glint glare assessments confirm no significant effects on nearby receptors, including roads and aviation tracks. Ecological surveys confirm no significant impact on protected species or habitat, and mitigation measures are secured by condition. Built heritage interests are protected through ecological conditions agreed with HAD, and appropriate screening ensures no impact on any listed buildings. The proposal does not affect public access, and land remain in agricultural use with sheep grazing. The SPPS also requires that all development in the countryside must integrate into the setting and respect rural character. While solar farms are inherently visible, officers consider the design laid to be sensitive to the landscape, and the proposal is therefore acceptable in this context. As regards to access and traffic, DF roads are condemned that development not prejudice road safety. 3 new access points are proposed, and traffic during operation will be minimal. Flooding and drainage. The site avoids flood-prone areas. A flood risk and drainage assessment has been submitted, and DFI rivers are content with these reports. The application has also been accompanied by an outline construction environmental management plan, flood risk and drainage assessment, ecological impact assessment, and a glint and glare study, including an addendum, a landscape and visual impact assessment, a transport assessment form, ecological and cultural heritage assessment, design and access statement, ecological appraisal, a shadow habitat regulations assessment, a noise and acoustic assessment, and an environmental assessment screening report. These documents have been reviewed by officers and the relevant consultees, all of which have raised no objection or are content, subject to conditions. 6 objections and 2 letters of report were received, and these concerns have been fully appraised as set out in your report. And in conclusion, officers consider the strategic policy statement support for renewable energy, combined with the absence of significant adverse effects, weigh in favour of this proposal, and therefore officers satisfied the proposal complies with the SPPS, PPS 18 and all other relevant planning policies, and recommends that planning permission be granted. Just taking you through the slides, members. So that just shows you the application site. So it is to the east of Lurgan, within the rural area. The entire site lies within the rural area. Next slide, please. So that shows the site location plan. It's outlined in red. There is 4 parcels distributed throughout the countryside. Next slide, please. Again, that's an aerial view of the proposed sites with the fields numbered, outlined in red where the site is to be. Next slide, please.
and that shows the 4 parcels. So to the north is parcel 1, centre's parcel 2, then parcel 3, and then to the southeast is parcel 4. Next slide, please. That just shows a typical PV modular and rack detail. It's denoted on that the 3.5 metres in height. However, parcel 1 and 4, these are reduced to 3 metres in height, and that was due to some concerns expressed by objectors and the responses of Historic Environment Division. So the applicant has worked with these to try to alleviate their concerns, and those will be 3 metres in height. Also underneath that you can see how it can be operated, continuing the land and agriculture use where sheep can graze within these and underneath them. Next slide, please. So that shows proposed boundary, fencing, CCTV. You'll probably note with the fencing there is mammal access, allow protected species sector to travel through if needs be. The CCTV are taken to your east there, it's 3.5 metres high, strategically placed throughout it for security, and those are just photographic evidence of what that would look like on the ground. Next slide, please. That just shows the site accesses, so they have been assessed to ensure that the largest vehicle can enter and out in forward gear from those particular sites. Next slide, please. That's a typical proposed substation compound layout, which was in the centre of the sites in all locations. And next slide, please. That is your elevation treatment. There's going to be one NI control building in parcel 2, and then the rest are all just going to be your inverters. Next slide, please. So there's a comprehensive mitigation plans. That's just one of them, but they're broken down into different parcels. But just to show that there is a comprehensive landscaping scheme with this here that will mitigate any impacts as regards to glare, glint, or visual impacts from any roads or sensitive receptors. Next slide, please. So just outline, just to give people a feel, because those plans are quite small of where the parcels are. So that's parcel 1. So you can see it's to the south of Hudamaki and to the southeast of Knightsbridge development, and then to those other residential along in road. Then you go up Spring Hill Road, and you can see the listed building in relation to further mitigation that was proposed to alleviate any concerns as regards to impact on the listed building. Historic Environment Division are now content with that. Next slide, please. So that just gives you what it looks like in detail, mitigation measures along the edge of the boundaries, which shares a common boundary with any sensitive receptors. Spring Hill Road along there has been updated to ensure evergreen planting as well as native indigenous species to ensure that the impact from the landscaping is immediate on year 1. Next slide, please. That just shows, there are a number of photo montages, I haven't put them all in, but it just basically shows the landscaping. So day 1, how that will look. So you can, if you look hard enough, you will be able to see the top of the panels, but the mitigation will ensure that that will not be a significant adverse impact. Next slide, please. And then that obviously, as with any photo montage, you have to show it from year 1 to year 10. So that's year 10, so there'll be no impact on this at all. Next slide, please. That just shows, looking up towards Knightsbridge, that there's the Spring Hill Road there. Next slide, please. This is the layout of parcel 2 within the centre of the site. So you'll probably see within your report there is a talk about a monument. So that's the monument there to the east. It's actually enclosed by vegetation, but that's a scheduled monument. Next slide, please. So you can see just in front of the monument there is sort of a small dark circle on the right hand side. The panels have been completely removed adjacent to that there, so there's going to be no panels at all around that scheduled monument to take place. Next slide, please. That just shows a view towards that. So if you're looking towards it, there are 2 fields over. So roughly where that blue arrow is, that is where the panels will be off the roadside. Next slide, please. And then the next site is parcel 3. For those that know the area, there's Dullingstown Football Club, so it's to the northeast of that and heading down to the south. You can roughly see parcel 2 in the top corner, and that's the next parcel. Next slide, please. And then that's your landscape in regards to it too. It's set back again from the road. The field's actually to the south of that part of that flood, so all panels are ensured they're taken outside that. Landscaping again proposed as a mitigation measure in front and around the periphery of the site. And then the main NIE station is there in the northeast corner of that one. Next slide, please. And that just shows a view, so roughly where the blue is set back behind that road, and that's where they begin. Next slide, please. This is layout of parcel 4. So you can see the landscaping in and around the site, and then again the substation in the centre. That has been set back. Initially it went right to the red line, but further revisions set those back from the periphery of that particular red line. Next slide, please. And that just shows the context of where it is. So that's a Dromore Road to the right hand side. Parcel 4, Polypipes. The gentleman speaking here today, that would be parcel 4. That's their properties would be adjacent. One is 120 Dromore Road, and then one is 119, which is actually just to the south there. Next slide, please. And then just the parcel 4, there was updated sections through the site to show how that would look from 119 Dromore Road, which you can see. Next slide, please. So that's a view from the Drumlin Road to the south of parcel 4, which is quite open, and we expressed some concern that travelling from while on that road, because due to it was right open and it's low down, that we wanted actually the panel set back off that road. Next slide, please. And hence that was done, so that would show it without any mitigation, how it would look without any landscaping at all. Next slide, please. So there, that is with landscaping, and that's from day one, so that would have immediate impact again. While we don't normally insist on evergreen, etc. For these particular ones, this is a mix of indigenous and evergreen, just to ensure that the impact is immediate and that there will be screened from public view. Next slide, please. And again, that's year 10. That's how it would look after year 10, so no impact at all. Next slide, please. That just shows a view of the rear yard of 119 Dromore Road, looking westwards over the parcel 4. I know that was in one of the representations, so I thought it'd be good just to include that photograph for illustration. I believe that's the rear property of Mr. Lindsay's property. All right. Thank you, members.
Thank you for that report, Sinead. So I'll now bring in Mr. Vance and Mr. Lindsay to make representations at this stage now. Mr. Lindsay, you're taking the first minute and 30 seconds, aren't you? So if you hit that button there, I will bring you in now. When it goes red, you'll be able to speak. So we'll stop the clock when we get to 1:30 and we'll switch over to Mr. Vance.
Okay, am I on? Yes. We have that bungalow, so we have at 119, as described, Dromore Road. It overlooks that big field, that big 40 acreage field. The field runs, it slopes down 5 or 6 metres above where we have the bungalow. Initially, RES was going to put in panels, road reflectors, 32 metres from our hedgerow. They came out and they agreed too close, much too close, so they've revised it to have to 78.8 metres. Some places here you could throw a stone, 78.8 metres. The study by RES produced by Pager Power recommends in black and white that no dwelling should be within 1 kilometre, 1,000 metres on line sight from any dwelling. That's their own study that they commissioned, and that's what their recommendation is. But yet they're going to come in here and say 78 metres is sufficient. World Health Organization recommends 2 kilometres. We have went back and forward here to RES, and there's no communication with them. We've been roughshod over. I've heard today visual impact, very, very important. Our visual impact, I can't stop the height of our house overlooking this slope field and all these panels. They talk about 4.5 metre trees going in to hide this. It'll hide the first 2 or 3 rows perhaps. It won't hide anything else. So we will see from our kitchen window the very corner of the Drumlin Road. This is just not. I would invite everyone for.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. That's 1:30 up, and I will swap over and we'll bring Mr. Vance in. Okay, Mr. Vance, if you indicate, I will now bring you in for your 1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for the opportunity to speak. Look, we all support clean energy, but this project, in my opinion, comes at much too high a cost to our community, the environment and the future. 3 critical reasons why I don't think you should allow this to proceed. First of all, this development, as relating to Parcel 4 in particular, will devastate the landscape. No doubt about it. It's possibly the largest rolling field in this whole council area, and that's what's going to be paved over. It's an eyesore. I believe it risks violating planning policies that protect our countryside's visual amenity. So we shouldn't sacrifice that. Second, the ecological impact. Again, we've heard from the solar farm company their mitigation plans, which seem to me vague at best, regardless of what others say. And thirdly, and importantly, this will rob us of valuable agricultural land. I've lived opposite this site for 30 years. I've never seen sheep graze in it yet. So it's quite interesting that that's how they get over the fact that they're actually potentially damaging what should be a priority for us all, and that is agricultural land. I understand the need for renewable energy, but this project's harms outweigh its benefits. By rejecting this proposal, you will uphold planning principles and protect that.
Thank you, Mr. Vance, and you're just about on time there, I think. So there will be members have the opportunity to ask questions of both gentlemen as well, should they require. Next, members, we're going to hear from Rachel Buchanan from RES Group, who is the applicant. And Rachel, you will have 3 minutes. So if you indicate to speak, I will bring you in.
Hello, my name is Rachel Buchanan, Senior Development Project Manager for RES, the applicant for the Maherlin Solar Farm application. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak before the committee. RES welcomes the recommendations brought forward by the Planning Officer to approve the application on the basis that it complies with SPPS as well as all the other relevant planning policies. This recommendation has been informed by a robust application process involving significant consultation with a comprehensive range of statutory authorities, all of whom have provided substantive responses confirming their content with the proposal. RES acknowledges the small number of objections received in respect of the application from 4 addresses. In response and tried to alleviate concerns, we've directly engaged, met with 3 objectors on site and have undertaken a significant redesign of the southernmost land parcel, Parcel 4, including substantial reduction of the proposed solar panel area. We also welcome letters of support received from a nearby manufacturing company and MLA David Honeyford. This application will generate significant economic and sustainable development benefits for all the local area and Northern Ireland. The proposal aligns with the Climate Change Act and the Energy Strategy Action Plan, which mandates a target of at least 80% electricity consumption from renewable sources by 2030. It also contributes to energy security by providing clean, indigenous and renewable energy supply. The application would help the borough transition to a more sustainable, low-carbon future, being a low-cost electricity project capable of meeting demands of approximately 13,600 homes every year, offsetting 18,000 tonnes of carbon emissions annually. The proposal provides for farm diversification, as the land would have a dual purpose, with renewable energy generation taking place alongside continued agricultural land use in the form of sheep grazing. A recent KPMG study proposed that the solar energy industry in Northern Ireland has the potential to contribute between 693 million and 815 million to the NI Exchequer between 2025 and 2030. The project will result in significant economic benefits, notably during the construction phase of the project. When operational, the project will also include a substantial annual rates payments to the council. To summarise, the Planning Officer's report confirms the project aligns with the planning policy and other material planning considerations. We respectfully ask the Planning Committee to support the recommendations to approve. We welcome any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Rachel, thank you, and you were well within time there. Members, just to clarify again that Paul McKiernan, the agent, and Dale Burke from the RES Group, the applicant, are also here and there for clarification purposes only, should we have any questions. So members, you've heard the report, you've heard from the objectors and the applicant. Have we any questions at this stage for anyone, please? Alderman Wilson, I'll bring you in first.
Yeah, it's just to clarify, in terms of, overall ownership, is the arrangement or whatever the basis of this is based on, do RAS, do they own the land in respect, or would this be like a rental arrangement of a potential or existing landowner?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Maybe ask somebody from yourself. If you indicate to speak, I will bring you in to answer that question. And okay, I'll bring you in now.
Yeah, so this application actually has 5 landowners involved in the project. We lease the land from the landowners on a 40-year lease, and then we allow like a year to construct and a year to decommission. So they are paid an annual income from us for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Content, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Lavey, you had your light on. I knocked it off by mistake. Would you put it on there and I'll bring you in, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers. I suppose just want to touch on a point. I think it was Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Vance made just about their sightlines and that, and the views from the road. I suppose if I'm looking at the layout of parcel 4 slide in the presentation, which I think shows Mr. Lindsay's house, looking towards that, and I see it's sort of been set back there a bit. I suppose question for Sinead. I suppose you've looked into that and think it's acceptable, I suppose, in terms of that extra space that's been given. And I suppose then it's the RES. I know a couple of distances have been mentioned, 1 kilometre, 2 kilometres and so on. Like, what's your sort of standard distance when you're sort of, I know I've previous applications like this in Northern Ireland, what's your normal separation distance between the likes of a back garden and sort of the site or the hedges? So 2 questions there, Chair.
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. I'll bring Sinead in to answer the first one and then I'll bring in the applicant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lowry, for your question. Just firstly, initially, the application as submitted had said there'd be a localised moderate impact, not significant in that particular dwelling, but we asked if there's any chance that the applicant could even go further beyond that, given that, we actually met them out in site. Is there anything else? So they have. So basically what they have done is the report has been updated. They've been set further back, as they have alluded to. So it's set further back from 30 odd metres now to 75 metres from the boundary. And that actually has an impact now when you look at, we also updated the Clinton-Glure assessment in light of that and the visual impact assessment. So that has reduced that there from following successful establishment of planting and the setback was reduced to minor. Long-term impact is not significant, so it went from moderate actually to minor. So we thought, even though as regards to policy and that, etc., that probably would have been acceptable. We asked them, could they do a wee bit more for us just to set that back even further from that boundary, which they did and they agreed to, and they've done that. So we're content in relation to the landscape visual impact assessment that it's now a minor impact and it's not significant. It wasn't significant before, but it was moderate. That's now minor.
Thank you, Sinead. On the second part of Councillor Lavery's question, I'll bring you in. And Paul, I'll bring you in Paul now.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to address this second part of your query, Councillor. There is no guidance that states you have to be 500 metres away from a house. We've worked on many solar farm applications right across Northern Ireland, on the UK and indeed the island of Ireland. And given the settlement pattern, as we all know, across Northern Ireland and Ireland and indeed the UK, to try and apply a 500 metre separation distance and achieve a site would be almost impossible. In the past and quite routinely, locally and elsewhere, developments have and do exist much closer to residential properties without any environmental effects. And in this instance, the developer, as Sinead pointed out, did engage directly with the landowner and with the planners to try and increase that separation distance to try and alleviate the concerns.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Councillor Donnelly, I'll bring you in next.
Thank you, Chair. Can they still claim the single farm payment even though solar panels on too?
Who's that for? The applicant for Councillor Donnelly? Is it? Okay, I'll bring in now.
We're not sure if they can or not. We wouldn't provide any advice on that. That's the landowners. We're only concerned with the actual leasing of the land. So that'll be the applicant or the landowner and the departments to decide on that.
Thank you. You can have that, Councillor Donnelly. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor O'Dowd, I'll bring you in next.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's just a quick question. Thanks to yourself, Paul. Whenever you were renting, you've got this lease for the field. The person that you were renting it off, were they aware of what you were going to use it as? And were they quite content with it?
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. If you indicate to speak, Paul, I'll bring you in. Okay, I'll bring yourself in.
Sorry.
You're okay, thank you. So whenever we do our site selection for a solar farm, we look at the grid and what grid is available for capacity. As I'm sure many of you are aware, most of our generation from renewable energy is from the west. It's mostly wind out the west, but most of the demand is in the east. That leaves the substations in the east available for capacity, and what makes this area really suitable for solar farms. So we are going to propose that we connect into the Warrenson 110 substation because we know that there is capacity there. So we do a search area of 5 kilometres from that substation, and then we go and we approach the landowners and ask them if they're interested in coming on board with us to do that. So all the landowners are well aware of what the application is and are fully on board.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, I have Alderman Wilson. You're next.
Yeah, thank you. And it's just regard to built heritage. I suppose just to get an idea in terms of the impact of the proximity of the historic buildings that are in close proximity. How close a proximity are there to the site? And I'm sort of bewildered that again we do seem to get mixed messages and different approaches from historic environment to something that I would have assumed on face value to be something that would be ghastly to them, for want of a better word, is acceptable. And then something like, we'll go to the new development on the Modern Road in Tandragee, and just because if you're driving down the road you can see a listed building some distance away, historic environment proposed and enforced that gutterings on a certain number of buildings had to be metal, and the windows had to be of certain construction, and the dash had to be different. It was ridiculous in many respects. But yet something that, on the face of it, they should be going, oh, I'm not so sure about that. If you're near a Rath or any sort of monument, they're saying you have to do X, Y, Z and do archaeological digs, and I just find it bizarre. And that's what I would like, a wee bit more clarity. Had they any concerns about this? And if not, why not, basically?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Sinead, I'll pass over to you just to address that about the monument, I think. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alderman Wilson, for your question. Yes, as probably is alluded to in the presentation, there is an enclosure which is a scheduled monument, and yes, there were quite a detailed response to that with regard to how close any sort of panels could be to that particular, just to give it that space in around it. In addition, at the developer's expense, there will be archaeological dig required in around there as well to ensure that there is no archaeological remains. Historic Environment Division, Historical Buildings, they did have comment in relation to the intervisibility of the solar panels at Spring Hill Road. That is actually, the listed building is actually on the opposite side of the road. Now, there was landscape proposals done, but in the winter months, They thought that that maybe would be exposed, so that's why there's evergreen planted in there as well to ensure it. They also stated they consider the upper floor looking out as well as regards to it, so that's why that particular section there was a comprehensive planting there that included which non-native species such as evergreen, etc., to ensure that that impact there had been negated immediately. So, on the second time around, they were content that this proposal would not have any adverse impact on either listed building or the setting of that monument.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Wilson, you're looking back in.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose just it's something that's coming to my mind. I know we've seen it quite a bit in the past, and I know with different dwellings and that the BAT survey is an important part of it. Was there any requirements or elements associated with BATs towards this? Because you sort of come to the view that, you know, a vast area of land that has solar panels, which are obviously rigid boards, you know, positioned at angles, and I'm no wildlife expert by any means, but I know bats operate by, you know, sonic clicks or whatever it's called. So you would imagine that would be quite disruptive to a bat in terms of its sort of journeys during the night, and you know, and how it manoeuvres around. And I know HED put a huge significance on bats, and they're a protected species, obviously. So I'd be interested to know and tease out just exactly what their thoughts were on that and the mitigations for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Milson. Sinead, could you answer that in the round? Was there a requirement for a BAT survey, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, there was a suite of actually protected species required here, not just bats, but with regards to trees, any impact with regards to even that was taken out for visibility displays to ensure that any native species was at any impact with regards to the bat where they fly from. No mature trees, etc., will be taken away. We're talking for nesting buzzards there were looked at, kites and owls were looked at, hoats, badgers. Others with regard to impact like that as regard to badgers and otters, etc., had to be looked at as regards to because it's agricultural land, and I was thinking, and you probably see from the conditions there, even before any development commenced, there has to be updated reports done on this one, which goes above and beyond normally. So protected priority species management plans regards to anything that was found, how it's going to be managed. Ecology clerk of works has to be employed before it, so there is quite stringent measures there, detailed as per the conditions to ensure that any protected species or habitat is well protected during this year and in operation of this particular development. And additional mitigation measures such as include the fence would have, you know, impacts so the mammals not can walk through them. It's not just negated off their tracks, etc. So all that had to be considered in because there's quite a suite of ecological surveys undertaken with this particular site.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Alderman Wilson? Thank you. I'll bring in Councillor Moutray next.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. I suppose with an application like this, there is potential for such a drastic change to the use of the land here. My question, very simply, is: are we as members given any specific guidance or direction, just in what exactly does constitute a preferred location for solar farms? As I've stated before, this will constitute a pretty drastic change to the landscape, and given that solar farms are I suppose quite a new phenomenon, we don't know just the full extent of the consequences, so it's just something I want to tread quite carefully on. There are obviously, we don't know at the minute the full extent of potential for property devaluation, the impact on wildlife, as Alderman Wilson has alluded to there. So I just want to specifically ask if we are given any direction into what does constitute a preferred location. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moutray. I'll bring in Sinead. Sinead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Moutray, for your question. Yes, there's a suite of documents you have to go through as regards to looking at the site. As first of all, the character analysis and where it fits as regards to is location. So there is like a character assessment that has to be done as regards to the impactness. Some of them are high priority, some are low. Can they facilitate renewable energy like wind farms, solar farms, and how they have capacity to absorb it? This particular application can absorb it. There has been a range of, as I alluded to earlier, surveys, etc., had to be carried with regards to that. There has been a comprehensive consultation taking place, as you can see within your report, with a number of consultees. Over 22 consultees carried out that this application was in quite some time to ensure that was robustly assessed. Property value, as you know, but given the evidence reported, we couldn't refuse anything on impact and property value as set out within your report, Councillor Murtry.
Thank you very much. You need to content, Councillor Murtry. Are you looking back on? Thank you very much. Okay, members, there's no further questions. There's no lights have been lit to indicate that anybody else wishes to speak. Questions have been asked, so we're into the discussion phase in relation to this application. Has anybody any thoughts they wish to share at this stage? Okay, I bring it to Councillor Laverne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Sinead and all the different presenters there. I suppose it's quite a big application, and we do need to produce more of our energy from renewable means, and there seems to be a lot of mitigations and a lot of consultations done, a lot for more reports to be done, as has been noted in the conditions. And I'm even sort of, when I look on Google Maps, you can see like a number of other solar farms sort of in that widespread area. So I think this is an overall benefit, and I think maybe I wrote this number down wrong, but over 13,000 homes powered by this application, which it's a huge amount of homes, Chair, with energy sourced locally. So I think overall it's quite a positive with the fields still being able to be used for sheep farming, if that's right. So it seems like quite a thorough application. So I would be thinking that the officer recommendation is the correct one in this instance, given all those various mitigations and so on.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lavery, I'll now bring in Councillor O'Dowd.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sinead, thanks very much. That report was very thorough. I haven't actually seen a thorough one in a long time, to be honest, because you've answered every question through your report that could have been put to you. And I will second Councillor Lavery's proposal. No, you didn't propose?
There's the debate stage.
Okay. Thank you, Sinead.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. I'll bring in Councillor Murtry next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm cognizant that we're not at the proposal stage, but no, I think just in terms of commentary, and given that, as I've stated before, we haven't had too many applications. I think it's of this nature. I think it's important that we give this due regard. I personally would like to go out and see it, and you know, take scope of the impact of visual amenity specifically, because I am, you know, cognizant of the fact that there are a lot of potential implications here, and I think we have to give that due regard. I think that's our responsibility here as a committee, so I would be minded to work towards that.
Okay, Councillor Murtry, thanks very much for that. Councillor Ian Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Probably in the same vein as my colleague here, Councillor Murtry, it's a large swathe of land that is going to be covered with these solar panels. Also, it's a major application, and I think actually just to go out and visit the land in situ and see what it actually involves might give us a wee bit more information and a wee bit more of the facts and on what it actually involves to work on to make it an informed decision. So I'm sort of in the same mindset as my colleague, Councillor Murtry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll bring in Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I suppose just to start, you know, solar has its benefits. There's no doubt about that. And, you go back 40 years, your calculator in school was solar powered and you thought you were the greatest thing ever. So we know about the technology and, but it's all right talking about it. It's a different thing if you're going to be looking at it for the next 40 years, whereas you were looking at a green field. So that is weighing on my mind. So I would be of the same view that we'll have to go out. Well, I would like to, we don't have to, but I would like to go out and view it as in part of an organised site visit. And also from the fact that, I harp on about this quite a bit, but, HED and these other bodies can put the brakes on people living their lives in an appropriate dwelling. We've seen that, we've heard it. Other departments can put the brakes on things without any, chance at mitigating, but there just seems to be a huge amount of mitigation here around a lot of, concerning issues that I really haven't seen the like of, to be honest, in application. I'm trying to cast my mind back to applications where HED have said, jump through these variety of hoops and you will be, you'll be looking at an approval. It just doesn't sit well with me, because we've been in other situations where we've been fighting with HED, and it's just bizarre to me in the thinking around it. But that's not to say that my mind wouldn't be swayed, but I would like to go out and see it, is my view.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I'll bring in Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. I think with the report in front of us and everything being answered, I personally don't see the point in a site visit, because I don't see how we're going to benefit from it that we can't get in this report, along with the pictures and everything that has been provided. That's just my opinion.
Okay, members, thanks very much for your thoughts on that. We'll now move into the proposal stage. Councillor Kyle Moutry. I'll bring in Councillor Moutry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I take on board absolutely that we need to look towards renewable energy, and I understand the importance of that within this report. But I think we have to give due regard to the residents that live nearby and the concerns that have been put forward here. And I do think it would be a worthwhile exercise to look at a site visit. So that would be my proposal, that we as a committee go to the location and look at it in terms of the impact of visual amenity, and I would move towards a site visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moutry. I'll bring in Councillor Lavery next.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose following on from our remarks in the discussion phase, I would be content that officers have reached an appropriate decision on this one in terms of approval, and I would be prepared to propose that we accept the officer recommendation to approve. I think it's been noted, quite a thorough application, and I do feel like I'm well enough briefed to make a decision at this time, Chair. So I'd be willing to make that proposal that we accept the officer's recommendation to approve this application as met the various planning policies, given the various mitigations that have been put in place. So content to propose that we approve this application, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'll bring in Councillor O'Dowd next.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm sure you know what I'm about to say. I'm more than happy to second Councillor Lavery's proposal. We have all the relevant information. It is very thorough, and I'm content to do so.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Dowd. Councillor Flaherty next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not entirely content, actually, that I'm really across all of this. When it comes to the visual amenity versus the Climate Change Act, and what we have to try and fall in behind, by all means. So I will second Councillor Moutry's proposal for a site visit. See what we're up against.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. We have two proposals. Councillor Lavery's proposal was seconded first by Councillor O'Dowd. So as with two proposals on the floor, we will take a vote on that, members. So that will be the first proposal that we'll look at. Okay, members, on Councillor Lavery's proposal, seconded by Councillor O'Dowd, there was 6 votes in favour of that proposal and there's 4 votes against. Therefore, the recommendation by Councillor Lavery has been approved, and because that's approved, there's no need for a vote on the site visits because the application has been approved by the committee. Okay, so that brings that application to a conclusion. Members, there will be a short break now and we will resume in the not too distant future. I'm not sure how long, but with 20 to 20 minutes for this break. So can we cut the live feed, please? Confirming the live feed goes back on. Okay, folks, welcome back to the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee. We're now moving on to Appendix 4, which is application number LA08/2022/1170/0, and it's and it's up for approval. Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, is going to present the report in PowerPoint. An addendum report has been circulated, members. Brendan Starkey O'Toole on Starkey Planning to make a representation in support of the application. The following also in attendance and have speaking rights for clarification purposes only: Yule Weir, the applicant; Richard Agus, MRS Partnership Transport Consultant; and we have also Val Russell from DFI. You're all very welcome. Members, written representations and objections to the application have also been received from John Clark and Edward Graham, and they are in your packs. So I am going to hand over to Sinead now to present her report.
Thank you, Chair. The application before you this evening is for a residential development of up to 53 units at lands at Mullavilly Road, Laurelvale, Mullavilly, with access between numbers 5 and 16 Mullavilly Green. And the reason for the committee tonight is because it's a major application, and it's an application that has attracted objection from 4 or more separate postal addresses, and the recommendation is to approve. Officer taken, the members have read the report, including the addendum in full, and as such this is a synopsis only. The site lies in the settlement limit of Laurelvale, Mullavilly, and is designated as whiteland under the Armagh area plan. While not zoned for specific use, the plan allows for development on whiteland to be assessed on its locational merits. Officers consider the principle of residential development to be acceptable given the site's proximity to existing houses. The proposal therefore complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant policies. As regards design-led and residential amenity, as this is an outline application only, matters relating to siting, design, external appearance, landscape and access are reserved for future consideration. These will be fully assessed at the reserved matters stage should members agree to grant outline planning permission. An indicative layout and design concept statement have been submitted to demonstrate how this site could be developed. The layout shows appropriate separation distance, integration surrounding development with the retention of existing boundary vegetation. Officers satisfied that this site has the capacity to accommodate a residential development that respects the topography, character of the area and residential amenity. Detailed design matters, including numbers, building heights, materials and landscaping, will be subject to further scrutiny at reserved matters should members agree to grant outline planning permission here. As regards to access and traffic, this has been a key consideration as regards to this proposal. A transport assessment form and automatic traffic count were submitted and 2 access points were considered. Option 1 was discounted due to inadequate visibility displays involving third-party land, and option 2, which is now the preferred option, proposed a new junction at the bend near number 5, 8 and 16 Mullavilly Green. This achieves the required visibility displays and forward visibility displays. The proposal would, if approved, accommodate widened footpaths, drop curbs and tactile paving for pedestrian movement. It will have traffic calming through realignment of the bend, expected to reduce speeds to 15 miles per hour. DFI roads have no objections subject to the conditions within your report. Flood risk and drainage has been fully considered. The assessments confirm that all development lies outside the 1 in 100 year floodplain. A 5-metre maintenance strip will be retained along the Laurelvale stream extension, and surface water will be managed via attenuation and flow control. DFI Rivers and Deer Water Management Unit have no objection to this proposal and therefore complies with PPS 15. This application was supported by a design concept statement, a PAC report, a preliminary ecological appraisal, an outline construction environmental management plan, a flood risk and a drainage assessment, a tree survey, transportation assessment form, protected species surveys, habitat suitability surveys, and all statutory consultees have reviewed these documents and have raised no objections subject to conditions. The third-party objections have been fully considered within your report and the addendum that was submitted today. Officers satisfied the proposal complies with the Armagh area plan, the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. As such, the principle of development is acceptable. As set out in the report, these detailed design and layout will be fully considered at reserved matter stage should planning permission be approved. It's recommended approval be granted subject to the conditions within your report. Let's take it through the PowerPoint presentation, members. So that shows location of the site within the general areas within the settlement limit of Laurelvale, Mullavilly to the northwest of Tanragee for those that know the local area. Next slide, please. So that's the site location plan. So it's taking the access off the main Mullavilly road through Mullavilly Green to an access point there at the south between number 5. Next slide, please. So that shows aerial view of the post site at the present time between existing residential developments, and therefore we feel the principle of residential development this location is acceptable. Next slide, please. That just shows a site as regards to Armagh area plan, so the entire site is within the development limit. Next slide, please. So that is a conceptual site layout. It's for information only, but it gives a demonstration how the site can be developed. Take accounts for the flood area to the south, overhead power lines, and addition a number of different house types and sizes. Next slide, please. So that's the proposed access, which was considered in detail and under detailed scrutiny by DFI Roads to show that adequate access can be achieved at this particular location and the junction as per set out within the report. Next slide, please. That just is a close-up of the access because it was difficult to read to ensure that members are aware of what exactly is proposed under this application as a mitigation measure to ensure the access is adequate coming out onto Mullavilly Green. Next slide, please. Just let you know there is an extent approval for new access to this location for a single dwelling that already does give access into this particular field at that location which can be developed. Next slide, please. So that just shows the site of the entrance. So the site entrance will continue along the front of that there in that garden. That's actually the applicant's property there. So it'll be and give access to that land to the rear. As I said, there already is an extent approval for an access in there to that land. Next slide, please. That just shows it from number 7, Mullavilly Green, looking towards it. You can see the overhead power structure. It has to be retained. Next slide, please. That's within the site, looking northway towards it. As you can see, there is quite a gradient in the site, which has been accounted for in the concept design statement. Next slide, please. And that just shows a view towards the northern portion of the site, looking over the countryside. Again, you can see the overhead power lines. It traverses the southern corner of the site. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for that report. Members, we now have Brendan Starkey from O'Toole and Starkey Planning to make a representation in support of the application. Brendan, you're very welcome. Which one's Brendan? Brendan. Thank you, Brendan. I will bring you now. Brendan, you'll have 3 minutes. 3 minutes are up. The clock will stop on your mic will be turned off.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, good evening. Our project team has worked closely and collaboratively with the Planning Department and all statutory consultees over the past 3 years to prepare a comprehensive and policy-compliant outline planning application. Throughout this process, we've remained fully committed to addressing all technical and environmental considerations raised during this consultation period. We'd like to place on record our thanks to the Planning Department for the constructive and positive approach. In particular, we acknowledge the critical role they played in facilitating detailed engagement and face-to-face discussions with DFI Roads. These direct discussions were instrumental to arriving at a safe and practical and a mutually acceptable solution to the site access arrangements, an issue that was key to the progression of this application. We fully welcome and endorse the Planning Department's professional recommendation for approval. We respectfully ask this committee to follow that recommendation and grant outline planning permission. I thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I'm accompanied by the applicant and our project architect, Mr. Yule Weir, and our transport consultant, Mr. Richard Agus from MRA Partnership. Together, we'd be happy to address any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brendan, and you were well within your time. Folks, I did say at the start that Val Russell from DFI is also in attendance for any questions. So members have heard the reports. Is there any questions for anybody? Alderman Wilson, I'll bring you in now.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose it's just regarding the flood risk, because I know going back a number of years there was a significant flooding issue that impacted Velton Lawns, and myself and William Irwin MLA had quite a significant involvement in the lobby for the flood alleviation programme that resulted in slightly over £1 million being spent in mitigation to prevent damage to homes at Velton Lawns. So with that firmly in mind, I'd be keen to understand and I know this will have been worked out hydraulically, just what the impact from the stormwater runoff will be from this development, because I assume it is, the stormwater runoff will ultimately end up possibly in that river. I'm wondering if that is the case, what is the likely impact of that in a higher volume of rain situation or flooding incident. Now, I know the flood alleviation scheme so far has been very effective, and Rivers Agency are tasked with clearing the twin grill system that exists on that stream to ensure that the water gets away freely and isn't backed up, which was the cause of the flooding at the last occasion. So that'll be one of my questions, if that could be addressed.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. I don't know, Sinead, do you want to take that? Is that okay? So I'll bring in now, Sinead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alderman Wilson, for your question. Yes, you're right. Actually, there's none designated watercourse that belongs along the southern boundary of this site, and for that reason we asked for a flood risk assessment as well as a drainage assessment. And that flood risk assessment did take into consider not only the 100-year event, but also the climate change event. So that was intended, so the creep as regards to climate change was also added onto that. And the concept, this is only outline obviously only, shows that all development will be outside that area, is highlighted in blue in your concept plan. So any reserved matter application, subject obviously to potentially get the plan here tonight, would have to allow for no development within that. So the concept is showing that. In addition to that, it's showing that a drainage assessment can be submitted to adoptable standard. Basically, RNI Water can adopt the internal drainage assessment work. So that'll be subject to further scrutiny at reserved matter stage, but it can be to adoptable standard for green rate runoff.
Thanks very much, Sinead. You contend, Alderman Wilson? Yep, thank you. Councillor Ryder, next.
Thank you, Chair. I was just reading the couple of letters of objection, and one of them, I just wanted to double check, Sinead, from Mr. Clark. It stated that due to a substantial change in the level of land behind my property, my house sits on an elevated site. This means my property is protected by the earth bank, which prevents subsidence occurring. Has that been looked at? Is there anything happening, or are they doing anything there to prevent that?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'll bring Sinead in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dowd, for your question. Yes, I suppose at the outset this outline application only, so only looking for the acceptability of the principle of development on it. Notwithstanding that, that was looked at details regards to concept to ensure that the topographical, the changes in the site is accounted for. You'll probably see for your condition 4, it basically sets out the reserved matters that has to be considered, and one of these you can see is the use of the site not covered by buildings, so the treatment of planting of trees. You'll note that Mr. Clark is concerned that trees and that would have implication, the laying of hard surface areas, the formation of banks, terraces or other earthworks associated with retaining walls, screening, etc. So these all have to get further scrutiny as well as regards it. So normally what happens is the separation distance may have to be enhanced to ensure there's no impact on those particular structures. So that's normally how it works in practice, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Okay,
yep.
Okay. Okay. Members, there's no further lights on, so if that brings the end of the question stage. Is there any thoughts on this application from any members? Councillor Lavery, I'll bring you in.
Thank you, and thank you, Sinead, the presenter. I suppose it's been another quite thorough one, and a lot of work's been carried out, even though it's only an outline plan application. So I think it's, with all the consideration regarding that potential flooding issue and everything, it's all been squared off. Again, the only thing is, when you get into the full application, things like, traffic calming within the housing development, make sure it's safe for young families and children and that. But I'm sure officers will consider that in due course. But for me, it's a straightforward approval, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, my main concern, I suppose, is that that flooding incident still firmly in my mind, because it was so traumatic for the people that endured the damage from it to their homes. So I would be quite insistent that every avenue is pursued in terms of ensuring that risk is mitigated, not only for the residents of Elton Lawns, who ultimately were impacted in the initial occasion, but just generally in the area that you know, it is a significant development, so there will be, you know, a generation of water coming from that. So it's just to ensure that that's all I's are dotted and T's crossed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. So, members, we're on the decision stage. Can I have a proposal of some description? Councillor O'Dowd, I will bring you in.
Thank you, Chair. Because it is an outline proposal, I'm quite content to propose it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. I'll bring in.
Yeah, I'm content to second it.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. So that is application Appendix 4 approved on the proposal of Councillor O'Dowd, seconded by Alderman Wilson. Are we all agreed, members? Yep. Thank you very much, members. And thank you, folks, for attending this evening. Okay, members, we're going to move on to Appendix 5. I'll just let these folks. Okay, members, we're moving on to Appendix 5. It's application number LA08 2025-0258/F. It's Lidl Northern Ireland LRD, and it's up for approval. Sinead is again going to present and report on the PowerPoint presentation, and we have Diana Thompson, MBA, planning to make a representation in support of the application. So, Sinead, I'll hand over to you, okay?
Thank you, Chair. I wonder, should I wait until the agent comes in or just...
I thought that was him sitting at the back. Sorry, folks. I thought it was you.
You've got a new job.
Sinead, thank you. I think we'll just wait on them coming in. Diana, you're very welcome to the committee. Sinead is going to take us through your PowerPoint presentation first, and then I will bring you in for your representation. So, Sinead, for the second time, I'll bring you in, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the demolition of an existing petrol filling station and the erection of a new retail development adjacent to Rushmere Shopping Centre, Centre Way. The proposal involves the installation of solar panels, car parking, landscape and associated site works. It also involves the modification of the road layout on the Centre Way, including the removal of the existing egress lane and the creation of a new slip lane for entry. The application is before the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee, as is a major application. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, and as such as a synopsis only. The site lies within the Craigavon urban area and is designated within the town centre boundary and primary retail core. The proposed development will have a gross floor area of approximately 2,550 square metres. The design features a mono-pitch roof, modern materials including white render and metallic silver panelling and extensive glazing. The development also includes 127 car parking spaces, electric vehicle charging points, vehicle cycling and dedicated service yard. As the site is located within the designated primary retail core, the principle of retail development accords with the plan and the town centre first approach as promoted by the SPPS. The design and layout are considered appropriate for this prominent town centre location. The building is of a high quality and will significantly improve the visual amenity of the site. The layout ensures convenient access for customers and service vehicles, and the landscaping scheme will help integrate the development into its surroundings. The site is well removed from residential properties, and consultees, including environmental health, have raised no objection regarding noise, lighting or amenity impacts. Access will be taken from a revised junction onto Centre Way with a new slip lane and improved internal circulation. DFI Roads have confirmed the access arrangement and parking provision are acceptable. Although the number of parking spaces is slightly below the recommended standard, the town centre location and its proximity to public transport justify a reduced provision in this case. Environmental considerations have been fully addressed and a range of support and assessment were submitted, which included a biodiversity checklist, an ecological statement, a flood risk assessment and a drainage assessment, a gas remediation strategy, a lighting impact assessment report, a lighting plan, an outline construction environmental plan, a design and access statement, a pre-application community consultation report, a quantitative risk assessment, a speed survey assessment, transport assessment form and a waste management plan. And these have all been appraised by officers and the relevant consultees who have raised no objections. There have been no third-party objections have been received to this application, and in conclusion, officers are satisfied that the proposal complies with Craigavon Area Plan, the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies, and it's recommended that you approve this application. I'm just taking you through the PowerPoint presentation, members. So that just shows location of the site, so it's located centrally within the Craigavon urban area. Next slide, please. So that shows the site outlined in red. For those that know it, it's an existing, was a petrol filling station, now a car wash, and land around it, trimmed or maintained grassland. Next slide, please. And that shows an aerial view of the proposed site, so it is quite what we would consider a prominent town centre site. Next slide, please. So that shows the site context of where it is and the adjoining uses. So Rushmere Shopping Centre obviously directly to the north, and then Marlborough House exactly to the west, further residential development to the southeast. Next slide, please. That just shows a location as regards to the local development plan. As you can see, the entire site is within the primary retail core, where we encourage retail development. Next slide, please. So that shows proposed site layout. So the site to the rear of the site, car parking to the front, landscaping, etc. around it, with a new access off the central way to the west, and then to the rear, the parking looking out to access the site. Next slide, please. That just shows the proposed new access arrangement. So in blue, as you can see, that is the existing access onto that site for those that know it. There will be a new slipway on red, as you can see, put a new entry into the site. So that'll be entry only with no access out. The access will be to the roundabout to the rear. Next slide, please. That shows proposed elevation, so it is quite a modern development, typical of the Lidl style development. Next slide, please. And that shows the floor plan of the development, mostly retail with ancillary uses around the periphery. Next slide, please. That's just for information only, a contextual impression, which shows the site. As you can see, Rushmere in the rear, which has still its prominent location, with trees exactly around the periphery, maintaining that landscape wedge. Next slide, please. And again, that's another contextual impression showing it there from the central way, just showing its location within the particular site. Next slide, please. That's a view from the central way roundabout. So as I say, that access onto it now will be closed off, and then a new access will be roughly around where that blue sign is there in your picture there. So the new access slip road will be up into there, and that access out will now be closed up. Next slide, please. That just shows the site further away from the overhead pedestrian movement. Just shows where the location is in the general area for those that are maybe not familiar with it. Next slide, please. And that just shows internally that their access obviously is now going to be closed up, but the exit to the site will be to the rear there onto that particular roundabout, and then on to the north. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you, members.
Sinead, thank you very much for that report. Members, we'll now hear from Diana Thompson, MBA Planning. Diana, you will have 3 minutes to make your presentation and representations. And once the clock finishes, your microphone will be switched off. So if you hit your button, I will bring you in. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and elected members, I'm very grateful to the opportunity to address the committee tonight and speak in support of this scheme. I've read the committee report and I agree entirely with its analysis and conclusions. Ordinarily, I would have exercised my speaking rights online and made myself available for questions. However, I thought it was very important to take the time to travel to Craigavon so I could tell you in person about the superb work of your planning department, and more particularly the highly efficient and hard-working professional staff. Lidl have an ambitious programme of expansion in Northern Ireland, and in recent weeks they have been auditing the performance of all the planning authorities. And from their analysis, I'm pleased to advise you that your council is first place in their league table for the speed of processing their applications. So because of your staff's positive approach to Lidl's development aspirations, I can tell you that Lidl are actively seeking other opportunities to further invest in this borough. 2 sites are currently under consideration, and they look forward to working with your council constructively to promote these sites at the appropriate time. Turning then to this particular application, the professional staff asked us to engage with them in a pre-application discussion process. We had our meeting at the end of November and received the closing letter just before the Christmas break. One of the most important takeaways from that process was that, provided we played our part with the submission and processing of the application, staff undertook to assess and determine the proposal within 4 months. We lodged our application at the beginning of March, and here we are today, just shy of the 4 months forecasted at the end of the year. And that's exactly what developers need: certainty. Certainty to allow them to plan their funding decisions and construction timetable with confidence. This proposal brings with it employment of 200 construction workers over its 6 months development period, a total of 40 part-time and full-time jobs that will be employed within the supermarket. Now, some of those will be transferring across from their existing site and some will be new. And those staff will enjoy the highest pay rates of any supermarket in Northern Ireland. There's a total investment of £9 million, an increase in net rateable value. We are estimating that to be about £275,000. It'll regenerate a currently underused town centre site at the heart of Craigavon's prime retail core. It's going to utilise many sustainable building technologies in the construction of the supermarket, because Lidl's a German retailer. Many of these will be in excess of the required building control standards. And also it will result in Lidl's existing unit being released to the open market to become made available for an alternative purpose, again making most use of efficient urban land. And finally, you've probably read in the press that Lidl's new managing director for Northern Ireland is from your borough. So isn't it so fitting that the first planning permission that's going to be secured on...
Oh, Helen, sorry, you had your 3 minutes there. I'm sorry I have to cut you off, but that is a protocol. But look, thank you very much for your kind words about our planning staff and everyone associated with the planning process. We're very proud of the work that they do put in, and it's great to see that's reflected in your presentation in support of that application. So we have 2 speakers initially. Firstly, we have Alderman Wilson, so I'll bring you in now.
Yeah, thank you. And I would echo your comments there. It is good to hear such positive vibes, you know, from what is a major operator in Northern Ireland. And whilst we can't rely on platitudes in our questions and assessments of applications, you know, aside from that, it is really good to hear that. And it shows, you know, we are in competition with 10 other council areas for inward investment, so we must always keep that to the forefront of our minds. But it's just a question, you know, when you take a bird's eye view of the site, you know, just from Google Maps, it does seem vastly underdeveloped. Would that be the view of planners? You know, I think when you're driving along that road and you look up, you don't just see the size of the site in particular. You know, it is quite, as Councillor Butry said beside me here, it is quite deceiving. And when you see it from there, you do get a completely different aspect to it. So I suppose in that regard, are you content in terms of the car parking available once the sizeable building is placed, you know, on that height? And I take it, whilst you've said, you know, it is slightly below recommendations, is there any option? You know, people will take a very casual approach to parking if they can, as we know. And I suppose, is there any knock-on impact for the underground car parking there in the Rushmere site, that people would maybe nip in there and dander across and mitigate things that way, whilst probably not strictly to regulation?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Sinead, do you want to address him? Is that okay? I'll bring you in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alderman Wilson, for your question. Yeah, there's been a number of aspects looked at with regards to the car park, and as you rightly have said, parking standards, you look at the size of the building dictates the car park, and that's how we work it out. For the size of this here, we dictate 127, so there's 15 short of what would be the parking standards. However, there are provisions in the policy which sits like we shouldn't be rigidly bound by published parking standards. We have to look at and ensure that reliance isn't at the car should be at the bottom of it, to encourage another means. So how is that? This is actually in a town centre location, and it's well served by accessible locations, served by public transport, walking, walkways, and we have considered all that there as well. We haven't considered reliance on the adjacent car park, because the policy actually says nearby public car parks you can rely on, and for us we wouldn't count that as a public car park, so that's why we haven't relied on that, but simply where the location is. And indeed to that, there has been a detailed transport assessment by the applicant, who are Lidl, and they looked at how and basically the comings and goings of their staff, and they're quite content that this number of staff will meet the demand of Lidl at the peak time as regards to all other stores in Northern Ireland and as regards to the ratio. So we're content overall as with the FI roads. In addition to that, we're getting roads improvements because the access is coming down. It's got a slipway off it, so it's going to be a 3-lane there, a dedicated slipway off onto that, and then you only can exit out the rear. So the arrangement there in general at that junction and roundabout is going to be much better if this here's approved.
Thanks very much, Sinead. Content, Alderman Wilson? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead. I suppose 2 quick questions, Sinead. One thing you touched on was, pedestrian access and walkability and things like that, 'cause you can sort of see people doing their shopping in Rushmere and then just walking across to Lidl. And is that, and whether there was any consideration for like a zebra crossing or anything like that from sort of that underground area across? I see there's a couple of like speed bumps there, whether that's sort of suitable, people will be slowing down for that. So that was maybe my first question, in terms of like walkability and pedestrian access to the shop, rather than just people driving there and cycling there and things like that. And then second question, maybe one for the agent. She might have touched on it there. I suppose, should we give this plan application approval the plans to move from the existing site to here? Because I can remember a couple of years back, maybe us giving plan approval for a redevelopment of that old site. I suppose this is just maybe to confirm this is a new plan, and they'll be moving across there from that other side, or operating the 2 there. I suppose just those 2 queries, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Sinead, I'll bring you in first on the first point.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lavery. First of all, the site internally has been designed with particular speed provision as regards to coming and going, circulation of car parking. So within the site itself, it has been looked at. There has been 10 number of cycle parking spaces provided within the site, because, as you know, this site is linked to the National Cycle Route number 9 as such, so there is good connectivity around this site, and we've thought there wouldn't indeed anything extra about what it's in, as long as when you come to the site there's some provision for that there. So internally there's walkways, etc., but outside the site, no, there's nothing more than what's there at the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sinead. And Diana, can I turn to you now for a second part of Councillor Lavery's question?
Yes, you're right. There was 2 planning applications actually to redevelop the store on the Baltay Road, or however you pronounce it, but this is now Plan A. Lidl want to move into the hub of the town centre because it's a better and more prominent position for them. So the plan would be that whenever the new store is built, they will vacate that site and it will go onto the open market. And already they're having contact from people asking, we'd like to buy this or would be interested in this, and what are you going to do with it? So yeah, that the other site will be discontinued.
Thanks very much, Diana. Councillor Wilson, you're on next.
Thank you, Chair. And it's good to hear and the praise for our planning team, and obviously that has had an impact on your consideration as Lidl for investing in the borough in the future, and that's welcome news. We're glad to have any investment that we can get. Just on the point of construction, if this application is approved this evening, have you any time scales to be on site and the completion of the store? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Diana, I'll bring you in again if you. Thank you.
Well, usually what will happen, I think there's contractual bits and pieces that need to be finalised, and then Lidl will usually try to secure their liquor licence, and that will be through a provisional grant. Now, the courts aren't sitting over the summer. I think the court is on in Craigavon on Friday, so they'll probably have to wait to September to get that. But once all those little details and things are sorted out, they're quite quickly to mobilise on site, and obviously there'll be some negative conditions and things to discharge, but generally their timetable to get these things constructed is 26 weeks. So once they get on site, they don't hang about. You probably have read in the press as well that their Newcastle store opened 2 weeks ago, and Cookstown last week. So yeah, again, that was about a 26-week process. It's because everything's very standardised, so they have their contractor team who know exactly what to do, and it's all very rigid. So it's a German company, and it's highly efficient.
Councillor O'Dowd, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I have only one concern, and it's not a major one. Like the exit, I'm looking at you. That area, as we all know, Rushmere is mad, especially at peak times. The roundabout isn't a massive roundabout, if you know what I mean. It's quite tight. Are they planning on making that any bigger? And plus, there's going to be a lot of traffic. If Lidl goes there, if this is approved, there's going to be even more traffic there. So is there any provisions being put into place there?
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. I'll bring you in, Val, all right?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dowd, Chair. It's an internal mechanism, that roundabout. We have looked at the traffic flows through the TA, and there doesn't appear to be any congestion issues with it. Given the scope of what Rushmere's doing at the minute with their slip-in to usually their major car park, I can't see it having a detrimental effect to that small roundabout. It coming out onto the main road is not going to be an issue either. We did get them to model it a bit better for HGVs coming in for deliveries, and they're going to do a bit of sweetening of the bends and stuff there, so in that radius. So that's really what we did take into consideration, and there was no need to do anything.
Thanks very much, Val. Content?
Yeah.
Councillor Duffy, you're in next.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. The fuel tanks that were there, were they above ground or below ground, on the old petrol station? That's just the lead on to another question, depending on where.
With that question, please.
Yes, they're underground fuel tanks, and there's been a full contamination study done, and they'll all be decommissioned and taken away, and the contractor will be liaising with NIA and all the other bodies on that to make sure it's done properly.
Thank you. You can tap Councillor Duffy back in. That's dead on. Thank you. I'll bring in Councillor Moutray next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I suppose just following on from what the Deputy Chair has said with regard to access, one concern I would maybe have at face value, and you may be able to shed a little bit of light into this, in terms of actually, I'm sure with a store the size and scale of Lidl, there'd probably be daily deliveries and things like that coming and going. Has there been any thought with regard to that? Because I know obviously you have your lorries and things have access to the rear of Rushmere. Has there been any consideration into that? Just thinking about the problems that would cause when there's heavy goods vehicles going in and out potentially at peak times.
Thank you, Councillor Moutray. Sinead, is any, can bring in any conditions in relation to that? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There is dedicated access and circulation for service vehicles only. That's to the northeast of the site, which is away from the existing traffic thing, and they have to be within a certain time scale too, to ensure all deliveries have to be within the site. That would be during the condition 15 operation phase, the development, all load and on shall be taken within the course of the site, and that has been to ensure that all the vehicles can move within the site boundary, so off the road into a dedicated loading and offloading area to the northeast of the site is all within the site area, and that's a dedicated portion of the site for servicing only. Yeah.
Councillor Murray? Thank you very much. Okay, members, that was an interesting discussion and questions there. So we're now on to the debate stage. Has anybody any thoughts on this application? Or if you're content, we'll move on to the decision stage. We'll move on to the decision stage then, members. Okay. We'll bring in Councillor Murray first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd be happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation. This is a good news story. It's a massive economic injection into the area, as has been outlined by the agent. 200 temporary construction jobs and 40 full-time, part-time jobs. That's a fantastic good news story, and I'd be very happy to propose that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. I'll bring in
Yeah, and likewise, it's just good to see a site like that being brought back into use, and I know it is also releasing onto the market another site with retail potential or other use potential. So it's a good news story from both ends of the spectrum. So with that in mind, I'm very happy to second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. So we have this proposed by Councillor Murray, seconded by Alderman Wilson for approval. All agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. And thank you very much for your time, Diana. All right, you're free to go. Okay, members, we are going to move on to the last application of this evening. It's application number LA08/2025/212/F, and it's Roslyn Developments Limited. It's up for approval. Sinead will take us through the report again. There was 2 addendum reports that have been circulated. You'll have them on your decision time. We will also have Donny McMillan, TSA Planning, and Tom Stokes, TSA Planning, to make a representation in support of the application. And the following are also in attendance and have speaking rights for clarification purposes only: Colin Stewart, Architect; Michael Hanneth, Applicant; Simon Calvert, Roads Engineer; and we have Val Russell from DFA as well. So we will start with Sinead for your presentation. Sinead, we'll just let these folks get settled there first. Is there more people come in, folks? Is there? Or? Okay, folks, if that's everybody settled, I'll hand over to Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The application is full planning permission, seeks full planning permission for residential development at land adjacent to and north of Ballinary North Road, Derry McCash. The proposal for 46 dwellings comprising a mix of detached and semi-detached homes, along with 18 detached garages, landscape and open space, and new vehicular access and associated site works. And the reason for the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee this evening is because it's a major application, but it's also an application that attracts objection from 4 or more separate post addresses citing material planning issues, and is recommended for approval. Officers taken, the members have read the report, including the 2 addendums in full, and as such this will be a synopsis only. The site lies in the settlement limit of Derry McCash, currently agricultural land, bounded by Colmill Park to the east and Rotherham Meadows to the north. The development includes a variety of house types, majority of 2-storey, with a mix of 3 and 4 bedroom homes. The design incorporates traditional materials such as red brick and render, with optional solar panels on many of the units. The layout also includes 3 areas of public open space, totaling 15% of the site area, which exceeds the minimum policy requirement. From planning policy perspective, the site is designated as whiteland, the Craigavon area plan. While it's not zoned for specific use, it lies within a defined settlement limit, and such principle of development is acceptable as set out in the SPPS and the relevant policy statements, including PPS 7, quality residential development. The proposal has been assessed against all relevant policy criteria in terms of design layout. The density of 18.3 dwellings per hectare is consistent with nearby developments, particularly Roth Meadows, and is considered appropriate for the site's context. The layout provides generous private amenity space for each dwelling with an average of nearly 145 square metres, and the public open space is well distributed throughout the site. Access will be taken from Ballinary North Road with visibility space and internal road design meeting DFA road design standards. A total of 125 parking spaces are proposed, including both in curtilage and visitor spaces, which meets the requirements as set out within the parking standard guidance. DFA roads have been consulted and have raised no objections. In terms of environmental consideration, the site lies within the Lough Neagh and Lough Beg Ramsar site. However, shared environmental services have confirmed the development not have any adverse impact on the integrity of any European site, subject to the implementation of the construction environmental management plan, which has been submitted. Drainage and flood risk have been carefully considered. The site is not within a floodplain, and a drainage assessment has been submitted and accepted by DFA Rivers. A 5-metre buffer zone has been maintained along the watercourse, and the proposed culverting of a small section is considered acceptable for access and safety reasons. This application has also been accompanied by a design and access statement and a pre-application community consultation report, a drainage assessment, biodiversity checklist and ecological assessment, a transport assessment form, a landscape management and maintenance plan, a construction environmental management plan, and an odour impact and noise impact assessment. And these have all been fully considered by officers and consultees, all who have raised no objections. Officers have also considered third-party objections who have raised concerns about overlooking density, infrastructure, loss of views, access, etc., and these have been discussed in detail within your report and the addendum. In addition, today officers have received 3 letters of support from the Sarsfields and Enders and Wolftones GA clubs as set out within the last addendum. In conclusion, officers are satisfied the proposal complies with the Craigavon area plan, the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. The design is considered appropriate for its surroundings, and any potential impacts that have been can be mitigated through careful layout and design as per the conditions in your report, and it's recommended that you would approve the application. Taking you through the PowerPoint presentation, members. So that just shows location of the sites that's northwest of Craigavon urban area, Derrymacash small settlement limit within that particular area. Next slide, please. So that shows an aerial view of the proposed site, so it's existing agricultural land to the west of Coleman Park. Next slide, please. So outlined in red is the site that's under consideration here this evening for the site location plan. Next slide, please. So that shows the site layout plan and landscape, and so detailed landscaping proposals including size, species, etc. have been submitted. You can see the 3 pockets of open space, 15% of the overall area. Next slide, please. So that shows the private streets determination layout. So the internal layout will be fully adoptable standard, and the entire road frontage will have a new 2-metre wide footpath. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a feel for the house type. So at site 1, it's going to be like a chalet type bungalow, and site 2 is going to be a dormer style dwelling, and then the rest are 2 stories. So we're supposed to give that gradual incline in the streetscape from bungalows at Coleman Park, chalet bungalows, dormer style bungalows, and then 2-story setback, which reads with the streetscape. Next slide, please. And that's a garage plan. So there's standard garages. There's been one and another one's submitted, which is handed version, but the same size and scale. Next slide, please. So obviously with any site, detailed site section has been submitted through every site as regards to Coleman Park and to the north of Rafflin things, as you can see, and as set out within your report, the separation distance exceeds what's required under creating places. In addition to, the site will be slightly lower, up to 3.35 metres in some locations lower than Coleman Park, so we're content given the separation distance and ground levels. This have no adverse impact on existing properties. Next slide, please. That just gives more detailed site section. So this section has been submitted through every single dwelling that surrounds this site to ensure that we're comfortable as regards to the layout that is submitted. Next slide. So that just basically is an artist's impression of what it would look like. Obviously, those are the two-storey dwellings set back along the front, a new hedge and a railing, just to soften the impact in the urban area from the access. Next slide, please. That just shows a view of the site frontage. So that site frontage will become away. The road width 5.5 metres and then a 2 metre footpath in behind that there, the entire road frontage. Next slide, please. That just shows where the existing agricultural gate is, but the access location will be centrally located on the opposite side of the road. It's just a two-storey dwelling, but that's within the rural area. Next slide, please. So that just shows roughly where the new access location will be, so it's slightly up from where it is at the present time, and the visibility displays are as per DFI Roads guidance. Next slide, please. So that just shows a view of the rear boundary from one of the sites within Coleman Park, looking back. So that vegetation along the rear will be retained and incorporated into the layout. Along the Coleman Park, there's low hedging. They'll all be retained, and then there's going to be a fencing behind that to make the new boundary treatment, and then the dwellings will be in behind that again. Next slide, please. So that's just a view of the western boundary of the site. So that shows the end of the development limit. That site hedging and trees will be retained and augmented by additional hedging and landscaping to ensure that will then be the end of the settlement limit as per the plan at the current time. And that's it, members.
Sinead, thank you very much for your report. Members, we will now have representations from Donny McMillan, TSA Planning, and Tom Stokes. Are you separating the time, folks, or is just one of you doing it? Just Donny. Okay, Donny, you will have 3 minutes, and if you indicate to speak there, I'll bring you in now. Okay, that's you.
Chairman and members, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee this afternoon. With me in attendance is my colleague Tom Stokes, Michael Hanneth, the applicant, Simon Calvert, engineer, and Colin Stewart, project architect. All are happy to answer any questions. This application was subject to a 12-week consultation process, which included a community drop-in event. At this event, whilst many were supportive of new homes, some concerns were raised, and taking these concerns on board, a number of revisions were made prior to submission. This included changing plots 1 and 2 to chalet dormer bungalows, and dwellings sharing a common boundary with Coleman Park were shifted approximately 2.5 metres forward. Objectors have suggested this scheme represents overdevelopment, but this proposal does not demonstrate any of the characteristics of overdevelopment. Indeed, as assessed by your officers, we strongly believe this proposal will deliver a spacious, family-friendly housing development. Our proposal delivers a density of 18 dwellings per hectare, which is broadly comparable with the existing character of Derrymacash. Rear-to-rear separation distances from first floor windows are between 21 and 29 metres. Private amenity areas average 145 square metres, 2 in-cartilage parking spaces per plot, and open space provision in excess of 15%. The proposed development exceeds all of the minimum requirements set out by both planning policy and creating places guidance. In terms of roads, the proposed access provides the required sight lines. Additionally, the proposed development includes a new pedestrian footpath across the site frontage, which connects the Derrymacash Road, providing access to local transport services and facilities. DFI roads were consulted and provided no objection. In terms of landscaping, the application is supported by a detailed landscape plan, which includes extensive supplementary planting, including a total of 79 new trees and native hedgerow buffer planting to site boundaries. As members will be acutely aware, NI water is a huge issue across NI, crippling the delivery of much needed housing. Before you is a proposal which has secured a positive consultation from NI Water, confirming there is capacity at the Ballynacour wastewater treatment works and local network to serve the proposal. It is also worth noting the Council's preferred option paper, which aims to influence the direction of future development within the borough as part of the LDP, seeks to redesignate Derrymacash from a village to a small settlement, i.e. a move up the settlement hierarchy. This supports the importance of Derrymacash as an urban settlement in providing a more sustainable approach to future growth and development. This proposal presents a valuable opportunity to deliver new homes for first-time buyers and families in Derrymacash, supporting local schools and amenities. Indeed, there is already strong interest from local families inquiring about the availability of housing, and we anticipate that, subject to planning, the first houses will be ready for occupation in 2026. Finally, members, we hope you agree that what is before you today is a well thought out, high quality housing scheme which seeks to respect the relationship with existing neighbours. This proposal represents an investment of circa $8 million. We thank you for your time and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Donny, and just in time as well, so very much appreciated. Okay, we have Councillor O'Dowd who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm allowed to ask questions now. I've just a couple of wee questions. The footpath would be fantastic because we all know how dangerous that road is. Will there be lighting on it, or is it going to be kept in the dark? That's the first question.
Do you want to do the questions all together?
Yep. The next one, the road, we've already dealt with that. The hedge that is being kept, there's a hedge around it and then you're putting the fence at the inside. So whenever that fence is put up, whose responsibility will it be to maintain that hedge, that boundary hedge? Because I have issues with that all over the place because nobody wants to take responsibility. So I'm just asking whose responsibility it would be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. And who will take them? Oh, okay, well then we'll give you a go taking both of them, all right?
In terms of the lighting, yes, it will be street lit. It forms part of the private streets determination drawing which your officer showed earlier, and as part of that, the footpath would be street lit, linking into the centre of the village. And then, just in terms of the second question, so the hedge on the countryside side of the site will obviously form part of the management company for this site because that's being retained and augmented, as your officer had indicated. And then the hedge on the common boundary with Coleman Park residents, so that is their existing hedge, so those residents currently maintain that. And then the fence line would go on our side of the site, and then basically the new owners of the new properties would maintain up to the fence. So it's actually, in this case, it's quite clear cut because I do appreciate your concern.
Can I just come back on
Yeah,
that?
this is I'll bring it now again. Yep.
Thank you. No, it's just issues that we would have is management companies supposed to be looking after it, but don't, and then no one wants to take responsibility. Everybody just steps back and expects somebody to do it. So that would just be a concern of mine.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't suppose you want to address that about the management company, just what your plans are. Is that okay if I bring you in? Okay. Hit there.
I suppose just to say, and I do appreciate again the comment in relation to management companies. What happens is obviously each of the new homeowners will end up with a share. The developer will maintain the open space, I suppose, until the last house is handed over in the development, and then each of the house owners end up being a shareholder of the management company. So I suppose in this scheme, hopefully you've seen earlier, it's designed with, it's quite a spacious layout, and we have well in excess in terms of the public amenity space. So hopefully there's an emphasis there for the members of that management company to maintain those central green pockets within the site, and that will obviously also include the boundary treatment as well too.
Thank you very much for that. You content, Councillor O'Dowd?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring in Councillor Lavery next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead. I suppose quite a thorough application, but only just have a wee minor query. Sinead, and some of the photos are on the road and what will be the vehicular access. There's a couple of telegraph poles there. Are those intended to be removed or rejigged, just in terms of any potential sightline issues entering and exiting that development, and then obviously with the new footpath going in there? Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Lavery. Sinead, I will bring you in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As with any scheme, DFI roads insist they are now set behind the footpath, so they'll have to be located behind the footpath. There's also obviously an overhead line that dissects the site to the rear, and it's been confirmation that'll be proposed to be laid underground, but there is that well leaf there, and the design that's been designed around that, so that well leave underground is acceptable through the site as well. So that's been fully considered. But those will be things that they'll be required post-consent if plan approval were granted here tonight as well from the different authorities.
Okay, content, Councillor Lowry. Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. On the site location plan, Sinead, it mentions surge works to the back of it. Are they existing or are they going to be added in?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Sinead, I'll bring you in.
Yes, currently there's an online water pumping station to the north of the site outside the application site, but in the next field, and then there is a sort of a consultation order zone. We didn't have any private amenity space or dwellings within that particular zone, so that's existing at the present time.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Councillor Duffy.
I'm just aware that we've had cases in the past where you're not allowed noise and smells and stuff from the likes of sewage works, and you weren't allowed to build or anything anywhere close to that. Would that have any impact? Because I don't want a couple of years down the line people complain to our environmental health department about noise and about smell, coming from there. That they understand now that where they're moving into, that this is beside it.
I'll bring you now, Sinead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Duffy, you're totally right. It's probably unusual for us to ask for an odour impact assessment for dwellings, but for this particular aspect, we did ask for it to ensure the consultation zone. So that has looked at and appraised basically the odour from these system plants at the minute, and all dwellings, including private amenity space, is all outside that consultation zone. So there'll be actually no odour coming from any particular properties or private amenity space. So it has been designed to ensure that there's a zone there, that there's no building at all within those. So there's one actually to the bottom, and then there's one to the north as well.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Councillor Duffy.
Another question. I see a sort of green open space to the front of the site. Will there be, I know it's an extremely very busy road there, and when you have an open space like that, you're going to have children playing it. Would there be an appropriate fence along there to stop children running out onto the road?
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Sinead, can you address that? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Duffy, you're absolutely right. With this particular project, we're on a fence which looks unsightly. Especially, we asked for a railing and then hedging on the outside. So it's going to be a hedge and then a railing inside, so that there gives the separation distance. You can't even climb over the railing because there's actually going to be an evergreen hedge there as well. So there is a boundary treatment there between that and the new footpath that's going to be along the side frontage.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Councillor O'Dowd, you're looking back in.
Just 1 second. Thank you. Just on the back of what Councillor Duffy says, I'm just looking at the proposed, what it's supposed to look like. The hedge only comes so far. Will that run right up until the front of them first houses? Because if you look, the hedge comes so far, and then you've got all that green that Councillor Duffy's referring to. How far will it come round?
Sorry.
You're all right.
Right. Sinead, do you want to answer that, or will it? Yep. Thanks, Sinead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, it actually just comes up halfway from the entry. So it's in around the entry and then halfway up towards the footpath. That's what we proposed at the present time. But if you were willing, we could condition that actually be extended right up to the edge of that turn-in if you wanted, Councillor O'Dowd. That could be a condition that actually is extended if that was a...
Thank you. I think it's for safety for the children and anyone else playing there. It would be a bonus.
Okay, thank you. Just for completeness, would that be something that yourselves would be happy with? Yep. Okay. Okay, that's no problem. So, Sinead, you'll add that in that condition will come back next month, won't it, or do we need to add it, or just add it now?
If members were agreement, I propose amending condition 3 that all hard and soft landscaping works to be carried in accordance with approved details shown on drawing numbers 02B and 41A and extended as highlighted in yellow. So there will be a yellow plan just highlighting that up into that first and close that off. So if you're all in agreement, I could make that amendment to this condition now, which will safeguard having to go back in a couple of months' time, if that's okay with you.
Members, have we all agreed with that? Are we content? Yep. Okay, yep. Sinead, there's universal support for that, so thank you very much. Okay, members, there's no further lights on. It was quite an interesting discussion about the development. Thank you for everybody for answering them questions. Members, we're in the debate stage. I think the direction of travel is you're content with it, but if anybody wants to speak now, or just want to move on to decision. We'll move on to decision then, members. Okay, so have a proposer and seconder for this recommendation? Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's been quite a thorough application. You can see it being quite an attractive development there, particularly regarding those, couple of good open spaces there. You can see it being very very desirable for young families and that, with those important pedestrian access and so on. So I would attempt to propose the recommendation from officers that we approve this application with that, as noted, that amendment there regarding just that the hedging there at the front. But content to propose, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery, for your proposal, and I'll bring in Councillor Flaherty next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. I think it has been a very thorough application, well thought through, and meets a need in the area, so I'm more than happy to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. So that is proposed by Councillor Lavery, seconded by Councillor Flaherty. Are we all in agreement? Yes, that's good. So thank you very much, folks, for your attendance tonight. Members, that is our last meeting till September. So thank you very much for your time today. And officers, thank you very much for your support. It was a lengthy meeting, but we got through it okay. So safe home, everybody. Okay, so and I'll see you back in September.